Have the students made much in the way of progress, Severus?
I should expect so, Headmaster. I merely hope they have followed my instructions precisely.
Very well. With your guidance, I'm sure they will succeed.
And what of the elf, Severus? As an acquaintance of Lucius Malfoy, I would hope you shall keep him from harm. He should not be in Hogwarts.
I will ensure the elf will come to no harm.
Thank you, Severus. They mean a lot to each other. That much is clear. Please, Minerva, after you.
Why don't you try a little more Valyrian spring?
Just let me think. I'm working on it.
Look, you can see right up their nose. Ron, save them a bit of dignity. Dobby, will you get out of the way?
I'm terribly sorry, Master Potter. They just look so curious, don't they?
Will you boys shush? I'm trying to concentrate.
All right, keep your hair on. Some attitude on her.
Come on, will you boys give that girl some peace?
Yes, Miss Granger is the most excellent potions master.
Oh, good afternoon, professors. Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Professor Snape.
My goodness, I've never seen the hospital wing look such like a potions class before.
How is our wonderful sleepless student? They appear to be rather at peace.
We are making excellent progress. Your young witches and wizards are a testimony to Hogwarts, Professor.
We put them in a laxo chant.
They're pretty much unconscious. Might not even be able to hear us. Sleep draft's coming along. Not that we've been allowed to touch it.
Ronald, you would certainly ruin it just by looking at it.
I'm sure it will bring our friend here some much-needed respite.
Poor wee thing. They must be exhausted.
Professor Snape, what am I doing wrong? It doesn't look right.
Have you used the correct quantities of Valyrian spray?
That's what I said.
Oh, shush, Harry. Yes, Professor.
And I suppose you combined the flubberworm mucus and standard ingredient exactly as stated in my instructions?
Yeah, she did that as well.
Ain't the sleeping draft supposed to be more like a dark purple?
Which brings me on to my final question. Did you or did you not use a quantity of lavender stem or flower? There is a significant difference in quantity, if misunderstood.
Oh, yes. That's probably it.
Ah, an inescapable yet simple misinterpretation, Miss Granger. We've all been there. Errors are essential in our pursuit of excellence.
Oh yes, that looks much better.
It is acceptable. They shall experience vivid dreams. The lavender should ensure they be much more pleasant.
So, this is it then, eh? Open wide.
There we go. Hopefully this works. Sweet dreams. Enjoy your second year Hogwarts.
The dawn of a new year in the wizarding world was finally upon you. The summer of that year had been one of great joy. Having arrived at the Weasley Burrow after an eventful time at Hogwarts, you had eagerly anticipated finally being able to relax with your friends in such a cosy and welcoming place. You'd all earned it, especially after what happened in the cellars at Hogwarts. Yes, it still played on your mind. Seeing Professor Quirrell skulking around the corridors, nearly getting killed playing Quidditch through some evil enchanted spells, navigating the dangerous riddles to save the Philosopher's Stone, and, of course, facing Gellert Grindelwald and his minions deep underneath the school. Dumbledore was thankful and happy that all was well and safe, so it seemed. You weren't sure why, but there was still a feeling in the pit of your stomach which plagued you, though you couldn't put a finger on it. Perhaps it was the look on Quirrell's face as you left Dumbledore's office. Meanwhile, far away in the depths of Little Whinging in Surrey, a breeze ruffled the neat hedges of Privet Drive, which lay silent and tidy under the inky sky, the very last place you would expect astonishing things to happen. But in one house, number 4 to be exact, that's exactly what was happening. Staring out into the night, Harry Potter was wishing he was anywhere else. The Dursley household, in which he'd been practically a prisoner his whole life, was where he'd unfortunately but naturally ended up since his early childhood. His Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and insufferable cousin Dudley made his life hell, so he chose to stay away from them at every opportunity. His lovely snowy owl, Hedwig, who chirped and hooted happily enough beside him, was about as much company as he'd had for the last 5 weeks since leaving Weasley Burrow. He'd not received any letters from his friends either, which he found very strange and tried not to think about it too much. Harry was locked inside, unable to do anything, for his Muggle family, if you could call them that, forbid him to leave, for fear of him and his magic ways bringing more chaos and misfortune to them. They were trying everything possible to make sure no one knew he even existed. In fact, at that precise point in time, Harry's window had been barred and bolted to stop him returning to Hogwarts at all. His real issue, though, was that the train to Hogwarts left in the morning, and he had no way of getting out. He gazed through the bars in his window up into the night sky, endlessly wandering through his mind, dreaming of Hogwarts, his friends, and longing to be back in the world in which he belonged. A small noise from inside his wardrobe snapped him from his daydreams as he stared at the doors, which shook a little. Something was inside. He reached for his wand, for security, and crept over, leaning for the handle. He shook and shivered, wand wobbling a little. The doors then tumbled open with a crash, and clothes flew in every which direction. Harry stumbled back, shocked, as then from within the mass of clothes stood a very small, very timid-looking creature that he supposed was an elf. The elf said something to Harry Potter then, and little did Harry know that this one moment would mark the beginning of another astonishing year in the wizarding world. I hope you are lying comfortably, and I invite you to take a nice deep breath. Welcome to the secret chamber of Hogwarts, and welcome to Snooze with Sam. Chapter 1. The Last Day of Summer. Was it the smell of freshly brewing coffee, or the warm bread which stirred you from your sleep? It was hard to tell, but the likelihood is that it was both. Still with your eyes shut, you allowed the new morning to ease its way into your consciousness, slowly coming to. You never did like frightening yourself into wakefulness after all. The gentle chorus of birds were the next thing you noticed, mingling with the soft rustle of the trees in the morning breeze. You heard Mrs. Weasley call someone from downstairs. It could have been Ron, or perhaps George. Already the pleasant aromas of breakfast were working away at your appetite, and so opening your eyes, you allowed the familiarity and comfort of your bedroom in Weasley-Burrow to reacquaint itself after a night of dreams. Typically squishy cozy, would have been the best way to describe the decor. There were knitted blankets and scatter cushions everywhere, sprawled across heavy and characterful furniture which had seen many a lifetime, but still functioned perfectly. The room was an odd shape, with 5-ish walls coming to some form of unequally formed shape in the roof beams. Every floorboard, wall, or beam appeared a little crooked and slanted, yet you never felt like you were walking off balance. The little paned window was clung with morning dew, and looked out across the golden summer meadows. You reached across to the clock which sat on the bedside table. It read 7:35. Honestly, you couldn't wait to get up and on with the day. Today, you were due to go to Diagon Alley, because tomorrow you would be leaving for Hogwarts. A little of you was sad the summer holidays were coming to an end, though. You had adored your time with the Weasleys, and you didn't really want to leave. But another year at Hogwarts was about to commence, and that knowledge filled you with such excitement. Time to get up. But before you'd even slipped into your clothes, there was a little knock at the door, which then opened without waiting for an invitation, and Hermione popped her head in. She was fully dressed, made up, and looked as though she'd been awake for hours.
Oh, well, it's afternoon at last. We thought you'd be lost to the sleep monster. Didn't think you should miss breakfast, so you best get a move on.
The door was already closed before you even had a chance to respond, but that was fine. Hermione was always a keen bean, and you liked that about her. You buttoned the last of your clothes and tied your shoes before making your way down the endless stairs. It had taken you a while to figure out how many floors there really were to the Weasley Burrow, as from the outside there seemed to be one number, but from the inside, doors and cupboards sprang off in every direction from the wandering flights. It was mind-boggling, but all part of its infectious charm, you concluded. When you emerged into the beautifully traditional country kitchen, everyone was there. Mrs. Weasley placed the fresh bread in the middle of the dining table. Mr. Weasley was already positioned in his chair, paper pulled high, coffee in hand, and lost in his own world. George and Fred bickered over how many sausages the other had taken. Ginny ducked and dived between the rest of them with her rather empty plate. Percy was stood behind his father, peeking curiously over Arthur's shoulders at the Daily Prophet. he was probably catching up on the ministry's daily column. He had always wanted to work in the ministry, like his dad. And then there was Hermione, who was delicately eating whilst trying not to look disapproving of the chaos surrounding her. As usual, over in the corner of the room, a pair of knitting needles hung enchanted in the air, whipping up some rustic garment from mustard-coloured wool, which was as likely as anything to end up as a jumper for Ron. Yes, everything was as usual, and everyone was there. Well, everyone except Ron. Fred and George briefly broke their squabble, turning to you.
Alright, better get some sausages before Fred eats them all. Are you mad? You've got enough to feed a cave troll over there. Mate, you must be blind. You've clearly got more. I do not. You do too.
Fred, George, please stop bickering, will you both? George, be a dear. Could you turn bacon? And Fred, could you please boil the kettle, please, for more tea?
Well, I'm George and I'm Fred.
Oh, sorry, boys. And, well, look who it is. Good morning. How did you sleep? Come on now, don't be shy. Grab a plate and get stuck in. The coffee's over there.
You helped yourself to a healthy plate of food and poured yourself a hot cup of coffee from the enormous Weasley-sized French press and took a seat at the table. Come to think of it, everything in the Weasley house was comically large or accommodating. Massive oven, enormous dining table, bowls the sizes of basins, mugs as large as pint glasses. You supposed it was the result of having a large family. It was a few minutes later before Ron stomped sleepily down the stairs, still in his pyjamas and rubbing his eyes. Hermione looked up from her breakfast.
Ronald, I hope you're already packed. We can't be late for the Hogwarts Express tomorrow. It leaves in just 26 hours, and we won't have any other way of getting to the school otherwise.
Her stern, mothering words seemed to slide off like water from a duck's back. You were pretty sure Ron was still asleep anyway.
What? Oh, yeah, I'll be ready. Relax. Stop the Olympics.
Hermione just glared at him, quietly fizzing, though trying not to show it. Ron simply yawned, big and wide, before gathering a few thoughts together.
Oh, by the way, have any of you heard from Harry? I'm starting to get a bit worried. I've lost count of the number of letters I've written over the summer, but he's not written back. Something seems off.
The whole room shook their heads, looking at one another for any evidence of news. Ron shrugged, solemn look on his face, and slumped at the table as Mrs. Weasley placed a plate in front of him. He hardly took notice of it.
Oh, don't worry, Ron dear. I'm sure he's just meeting us at platform 9 3/4. You know how much of a torrid time he has at that house. He'll be fine. He's a fighter. Now, eat up, everyone. We need to get to Diagon Alley soon to get your supplies for the year, and we don't want to leave it too late, otherwise it'll get far too busy. Arthur, will you please go and get the flu powder? Everyone be back down at the fireplace in an hour, please.
You all finished your food and threw a few hands in to tidy the kitchen up from the war zone that was the Weasley mealtime, before everyone went back to their rooms to finish packing before leaving. Though you didn't need to for another day or so, you liked to be prepared, so you retrieved your robes from the closet. It ensured you'd packed all your books, quills, and other stationery. And just as you were happy unsnapping the buckles on your trunk, Ron knocked on the door and crept in. He looked a little more awake now.
All right? Got all your stuff packed? I know we need to go to Diagon Alley today. Can't really be bothered if you ask me. But listen, I'm really worried about Harry. Just got a feeling, you know? Right, meet me tonight in the barn at midnight. I've got an idea. Anyway, we better go. Don't want to piss Mum off.
Chapter 2, Number 4, Privet Drive. Harry stared at the wee elf, unsure what to make of him. How did he get into his wardrobe? And why exactly was he here? Half of his mind was scared of the noise the clatter had made, which surely would have woken Uncle Vernon, whilst the other was frantically trying to figure out how to get rid of this elf. It was literally the last thing he needed. He was already in enough trouble with the Dursleys as it was. He held his breath and waited for the dense footsteps bulking their way up the stairs. But they never came. Harry walked to his bedroom door and pressed an ear to it, listening closely. Nothing. Only then did he sigh a deep breath of relief. The elf moved a little closer, tiny hands clasped together, long nose protruding, and huge ears flopping to each side.
It is truly an honour to meet you, Harry Potter. You are so famous, you know.
Not to be rude or anything, but who are you?
Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf. I have heard such great things about you, and Dobby only wants what's best for Harry Potter.
And what exactly would that be? Can't you see I've got my hands full here as it is? I'm stuck in my room and the Hogwarts Express leaves in the morning. So
if you're not going to help...
But, Harry Potter, sir, that is what I'm here to tell you. Dobby has come. Dobby has to protect Harry Potter. To warn him. Harry Potter must not go back to the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year. There is a plot to make the most terrible things happen.
What terrible things? Who's plotting them?
Oh, Dobby can't say. Must not speak ill of family. Dobby must punish himself. Ow. Oh.
But there was little Harry could do to prise the table lamp from Dobby's elf hands, as he repeatedly banged it against his head. He begged the elf to stop, but the noise grew and grew, so much so that Harry then heard the dreaded heavy clatter of angry Vernon feet, hauling his great mass up the stairs. In an act of quick thinking, Harry grabbed Dobby and flung him back into the wardrobe, stuffing a loose sock in his mouth and shushing him. Harry heard the clatter of keys and locks for a few seconds before the bedroom door flung open on its hinges, and a purple-faced and pink-lipped Uncle Vernon stood there, round mug seething and steam practically seeping from his ears. His mass never failed to intimidate, as the buttons on his stripy pyjamas struggled against his heavy breathing.
What on earth is that noise, Potter? I will not have you disturbing my sleep.
Nothing, Uncle Vernon. I just got up out of my bed and tripped, that's all.
His uncle glared at him like he'd stepped in a pile of muck. Vernon's beady little eyes narrowed further to slits and darted around the room, suspicious, before landing back on his nephew with disdain.
I'm warning you, Potter. One more noise and you'll never see the light of day again. And if I find out that you've been playing with any of that ridiculous magic nonsense, you'll be back in that cupboard faster than you can swoosh that stupid little wand of yours. Do I make myself clear?
Harry nodded quickly. Then, thankfully, his uncle backed his heft out of the doorway, slamming it shut behind him, before loudly reapplying the padlocks to the bolts. With a final, exaggerated bang on the door, he heard the heavy footsteps descend back down the stairs. Only after a minute did Harry open the door of the wardrobe, allowing Dobby to step back out into the room.
Now do you see why I have to go back to Hogwarts? I don't belong here. I belong in the wizarding world like you. Now, are you going to help me escape or not?
Dobby's head sunk low and regretful. Harry could see it was beyond him to do that. He was loyal to his master and his master's purpose, whatever that was. And he knew this whole warning him was pushing him to his limit already.
Dobby does wish he could help Harry Potter escape. But Dobby means what he says. Harry Potter must not go back to Hogwarts. He is in grave danger.
And it was then that something caught Harry's eyes through his bedroom window. It was a light in the sky, and it was getting brighter. Chapter 3 Rescue. Not so far away from number 4 Privet Drive in Surrey, something else astonishing was happening. Well, at least to you it was astonishing, for you were somewhere high in the clouds above Muggle England. Ahead of you, below you, and to either side, wispy clouds rushed past in the dawning sky, lit up by the hazy moonlight. You checked your watch. 4:30 in the morning. The perfect hour to perform any nighttime rescue. It was, as they say, the time where most people would be in their deepest sleep and most drowsy. People like Ron, for example, who was sat beside you, yawning his head clean off in the passenger seat of Arthur Weasley's baby blue Ford Anglia, flying steadily through the sky. You, however, had never felt more awake in your life as you teased the revs of the lumpy old engine, actively maintaining a cruise, steering the thin-spoked rim as slowly and carefully as you could through white knuckles, eyes wide. You still could not quite believe you were piloting a flying car. Another peer out the window revealed some town street lamps glowing warm sodium yellow far below on the ground.
Right. Blimey. Not long to go now, I reckon. See down there, those street lights. Follow them and then take the left. Shouldn't be far after that. Oh, and don't worry, no one should notice us at night. Dad's never bothered about the invisibility booster unless it's daylight. Not the most reliable of things, he says.
You gave Ron a pessimistic look, but decided to trust his judgment. You had this far. You hadn't liked the idea of taking the Weasleys' car without asking, though Ron was really worried about Harry, as were you, if you were honest. And so you'd unhooked the keys from beside the front door and eased open the barn to reveal the wee blue car sleeping peacefully. the pair of you decided to take your trunks with you just in case anything happened. So you clicked the boot lid, heaved the heavy suitcases in, before quietly closing it again. Then, just as you were opening the passenger door to slip into the left-hand seat, you found Ron already sitting there.
What? You think I'm flying this thing? You must be mad.
It was a baptism by fire, and by far the quickest and most haphazard flying lesson you would ever take. But after a rather bumpy launch, you wrestled the wee Ford into the sky, feeling the lurching G-forces take over. It went from perfectly normal driving to complete otherworldly mind-boggle in seconds, and you were still getting used to it a few hours later. With a gentle tug of the steering wheel, you swung the car down low, headlights bobbing across the thinning clouds as your altitude dropped. After a minute, you were 100 feet above the rooftops of 1,000 identical houses, all red brick, all 2 up, 2 down, all perfectly suburban, snug, and rather uninspiring English homes. Over to the east, the sky was getting paler. You had to be quick. Just like Ron said, you saw the street, Privet Drive. Now you counted the numbers. 24, 22, 20, 18.
Look, there it is, over there. Number 4.
At the very end of the street, facing directly towards them, was a house just like the rest, except for the addition of a large barred gate which had been bolted across one of the upstairs windows. A dim light glowed inside, and there was someone standing in the middle of the room, staring out of the window at you. It was Harry. But he wasn't alone. It looked like there was a tiny little goblin or something stood next to him. But that was only for a moment, until in a flash of light and sparks, the little creature seemed to disappear altogether. Harry was left on his own, gawking at the oncoming headlights like a deer. You carefully banked the car around, side on to his window, and then, seeing you, his eyes lit up. He threw his window up instantly, grabbing the bars with both hands.
What are you two doing here? Rescuing you by the looks of it. What, have they locked you inside? You're not a bloody prisoner. Right, stand back a bit. This might make a bit of noise.
Ron leaned into the back seats and retrieved a large hook attached to thick rope. The other end draped out of his open window, attached at the rear of the car. He clamped the hook around the bars and gave you a nod to give it the beans. And so with a healthy prod of the throttle, The agricultural engine spluttered revs, and the car pulled away, taking the slack. You braced yourselves, and for good reason. The rope snapped tight, and the car jolted to near enough a halt. But thankfully, in a big, loud burst of concrete dust and deafening clatter, the bars tore free of the house. You shifted the car into reverse again as Ron opened his door. Harry was already stuffing his possessions into his trunk when you all heard a roar inside from the belly of the house. Uncle Vernon was moving. You could hear the thundering footsteps from inside the car. Ron shouted into Harry.
Come on, Harry, quick! Hurry up! Pass your trunk! I'm trying! Get a little nearer!
Harry flung his suitcase out to Ron as he tried to keep the car steady, hovering. A few lights turned on in nearby houses, and a few dogs began to yap and bark. They must have heard the noise too. You needed to go right now. The locks on his bedroom door began to rattle free furiously. After his trunk, Harry positioned himself in the window at the precise moment Uncle Vernon burst through the door like a wrecking ball, followed by his Aunt Petunia and Cousin Dudley. Vernon's arms were outstretched as he wailed towards Harry, who, at the very last second, launched himself at the car, landing across both your laps. You booted the accelerator, steering the car away and up. But Vernon's momentum carried him, and he tumbled out of the window into the hedges below the house. It was a sight to behold, and you all cried with laughter. You'd rescued Harry, who scrabbled into the rear seats of the flying car as he climbed higher and higher away from Privet Drive.
All right, Harry? Fancy seeing you here. Enjoy your summer? It was brilliant, thanks. Very kind of you to ask.
Harry's voice couldn't have been more satirical if he tried. The dawn was becoming more orange by the second, and so you reached for the little silver toggle on the dashboard labelled Invisibility Boost. You plunged it, sending the car into a shimmer of wavy mirrors, gone from the Muggle eyes, and just in time. The three of you motored upwards, higher and higher, smiles wide across your face, all breathing great sighs of relief. Twisting the thin steering wheel in your palms, you focused up and pointed the nose of the car northeast towards London. You had a train to catch. So far, the next school year hadn't been quite what you'd planned. Despite enjoying your last day of the summer holidays at the Weasley Burrow with Hermione and the whole Weasley clan, it seemed as though Harry was in trouble. He had not been in touch with anyone, and after Ron's suggestion of a rescue, together you'd set off in the middle of the night, borrowing Arthur Weasley's enchanted car to do the task. The train to Hogwarts left the following morning. You had to do something, didn't you? Meanwhile, in the depths of Little Whinging in Surrey, Harry was having difficulty with the Dursley family, as usual. He was locked in his room, forbidden to leave. But then a curious elf by the name of Dobby burst from his wardrobe, uttering warnings to not return to Hogwarts that year. Harry wanted to ignore him desperately, but before he could even protest, a flying car approached his bedroom window in the dark of the night, and the elf vanished into thin air. You and Ron wrenched the steel bars from Harry's window in a great cacophony of noise and helped Harry into the back of the blue Ford Anglia. Uncle Vernon nearly had Harry by the ankle, but you moved the car away just in time as Vernon toppled out of the aperture and into the hedges below. You had done it. Harry was rescued, and you three were on your way to King's Cross to catch the Hogwarts Express. Harry was quiet in the back, and you could see something stirring in his eyes. He told you and Ron of Dobby and his warning. What could he have meant? Was there some dark magic brewing at Hogwarts? Maybe Grindelwald and his men were scheming a retaliation. Shaking your thoughts away, you grasped the steering wheel firmly in your hands and gave the throttle pedal another prod. Only time would tell. But for now, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was your only destination. Chapter 4: The Unforgivable Curse. Darkness thwarted every nook of the room, and there were many places for it to linger. Between the hundreds of dusty, mad-looking artifacts and the endless bookcases of the dark arts practices, A foul and sinister stench of evil smothered Quirrell's senses. It was overbearing, but he tried to maintain his focus. He had been in Borkin and Burke's before, but only for some rare asphodel plant in which to supply Snape with for a particularly potent draught of the living death to teach his senior class. But that was years ago, and now he stood in the gloom of its ancient beams, surrounded by dark, hooded figures, all wearing grotesque silver masks. Then there was the morbid, wolf-like creature that had opened the door, and now closed it behind him, shutting out the rain, and pulling the deadlock with a bang and a deep, guttural growl. Quirrell was locked in, and the only sounds were the drips of water hitting the floorboards from his overcoat, and the crackle of the dying embers in the distant fireplace. In front of said fireplace, another figure sat in a steep-backed chair, facing away from him. He could only see the long, dark sleeves of a robe hanging over an arm, and a spindly, grey hand protruding from the end of it, holding a pale, twisted wand which rolled between its fingers. He shivered. It could have been the cloying damp, or his angst. A cold sweat was forming on his neck, despite the relative heat inside the room. A soft, hissing voice crept out from behind the chair.
I suppose you may be wondering why I summoned you, Quidditch.
I assure you I did everything in my power to draw them away. But Dumbledore's not to be fooled. He suspects too much, though does not show it. And then there's Harry Potter and his blasted friend. Silence! I have seen and heard enough of your bile. You have failed me. As of immediate effect, you are relieved of your undercover duties in favor of someone more qualified for the job.
There were footsteps from behind Quirrell as he turned on his heels to see one of the hooded and masked figures walk towards him. Swirls of black smoke enveloped their head as they waved a hand in front of their face, and the metallic, masked grin washed away to reveal the face of who stood behind it. Their long, white blonde hair cascaded down their shoulders, radiating such light in the darkness of the room, and their charming smile was touched with a thin, slight menace. A pair of steely grey eyes pierced the room, both seductive yet merciless, as the ravens outside cawed, cackling caws.
No hard feelings, I assume, Quiddich. It's just that some of us are inherently up to the task. Oh, there, old boy. It'll be all right. It was all just a big misunderstanding. I'm sure Dumbledore will be more than happy to receive his excellent professor of the dark arts back with open arms. Well, Lucius, as much as I care to admire your optimism, I am not so sure it's as simple as that. Perhaps you are right, Quiddich. Perhaps you're right. Maybe we ought to arrive at an alternative solution.
He stepped back into line with the others, a look of smug pride barely concealed, doing his best to remain composed and gentlemanly. But his eyes wandered back towards the floor, where an enormous snake drifted silently past their feet towards the chair in front of the fireplace. Quirrell stumbled back a step and followed it as it climbed and coiled around the top of the chair. A cold fear set in, his blood draining and feeling icy. He didn't know whether to run for it or stand fast and attempt to talk his way out. The only door was locked. There was a great werewolf called Fenrir blocking it anyway, and the room was filled with Death Eaters. In confusion and panic, he did neither, remaining silent and rooted to the spot.
You have been a good and faithful servant to me, Quirrell. It nearly pains me to say it, but your services are no longer required. Avada Kedavra.
Chapter 5 The Flying Express. What had at first been a nice, serene cruise through the dawning sky had since become the drive from hell. Or was that the flight? The beautiful sunrise had only lasted 15 minutes or so before the sky darkened and dark clouds seemed to loom from out of nowhere. Then the rain began, and the turbulence, and then the lightning and the thunder. In the space of 10 minutes, the whole world had turned on its head, It was almost unbelievable. The car was tossed this way and that as huge gusts of wind blew the little car around like a crisp packet. Harry was holding on tight to poor Hedwig's cage in the back, trying to calm the chattering bird, whilst Ron was braced against the dashboard, eyes wide and whimpering a little. You wrestled the wheel simply to try and stop it being yanked out of your hands.
How does that saying go? Pink sky in the morning, shepherds yawning, something like that. Bloody hell! Where did this come from? It's like some Dark Lord just went in a mood or something.
Oh, don't say that, Ron. There's been enough bad omens and warnings of dark magic going on already, thanks.
Oh yeah. So, what did that elf say? Bobby, was it? That you shouldn't go back to Hogwarts this year?
It was Dobby. And yes, that's what he said. I don't understand. He didn't give me any reason. He just vanished before I had a chance to ask him anyway.
It was very curious to you, too. There had been a lot of goings-on at Hogwarts in the last year. But why Harry? Why was he being warned? What did he have to do with anything? The wind still battered the car around as the rain lashed at the windshield. The tiny old wiper blades struggled against the sheer quantity of water. In fact, they were doing very little, and you could hardly see where you were flying. It was so dark it might as well have been night time. Such was the absence of sunlight in the midst of the clouds. He glanced down at the speedometer, which had two main gauges. One was labelled land speed and read 0 miles an hour. The other read airspeed and read a paltry 17 miles an hour. You were hardly moving. To be honest, it felt as if you were being blown backwards. You looked up at Ron and shrugged your shoulders at him.
We're practically standing still. The wind must be blowing us back to flipping Surrey as much as anything. Has that throttle pedal not got anything more behind it? We're never going to make it to platform 9 3/4 at this rate. We've probably already missed the Hogwarts Express. Mum's going to kill me.
Do either of you know any spells to make this thing fly faster? Or to make a storm disappear, perhaps?
Both you and Ron shook your heads toward Harry, defeated. It was hopeless. This year was not off to a good start. Then, a noise distracted you for a moment. It was quiet at first, but it started to grow.
What's that sound? It sounds like a train.
Only then did you glance down at the other gauge beside the invisibility booster, the altimeter. It read 120 feet. Your palms turned instantly to sweat as you realized you'd had no idea that you were flying so low. You looked out of your window and saw only grey murk. But then, through a break in the clouds, a flash of greeny-brown shrubbery passed by. Then, a bit of train track.
Guys, I don't mean to alarm you, but...
You and Ron twisted around in your seats, looking behind you. Your faces went completely white in tandem as you saw the bright headlights of a huge steam train approaching the car from the back. Its whistles blew loud, steam chuffed in a ferocious rhythmical roar. Ron started to scream, but you tried to block out his noise as you pulled the steering wheel to the right and steered the car wildly out of the path of the train. The car swung this way and that, engine revs rising, stomach lurching inside as you missed the oncoming train by an inch.
Bloody hell, that was close. Thought we were nearly done for. Hang on a minute. It can't be.
The soupy murk then thinned some more, and once you pulled the car stable again, you saw none other than the wonderful, majestic Hogwarts Express shoot past you. It was a tremendous blur of deep maroon, black, and gold flashes, with billows of fresh steam propelling its huge bulk along the tracks. You stole as many glances through the side window of the car as possible, as the sight of your favourite train always filled you with such anticipation and excitement. As the fog lifted further, so did the other elements calm, and the mist gave way to the train thrumming through the steep, lush glens and lochs. Up ahead, the great curved viaduct loomed into view once more. Such a landmark of Hogwarts. As the train crossed this stunning vista, you pointed the car down and began to swoop in and out of the archways which spanned the glen and its rivers. Harry and Ron laughed nervously as you piloted the wee blue Anglia with remarkable grace. The express blew its whistle in appreciation of the aerial display, and many of the students could be seen in the carriage windows, cheering and clapping. The three of you laughed in the car, hands out of the window, as you slalomed through the remaining arches, then pulled up level to the train's windows. Meanwhile, in carriage C, cabin number 6, seat B to be exact, Hermione was deep in thought poring through one of her books, Defensive Magical Theory by Wilbur Slinkard, until her attention was torn away from the pages by a raucous noise down the corridor. Across from Hermione, Neville Longbottom and Cho Chang were playing a game of wizard's chess, until they too heard the noises. They identified it as their fellow students laughing and cheering at something. Neville looked around and then stared out of the window at the moving scenery.
Is that Harry Potter?
Hermione spun around, looking out of the window too, and to her surprise and reluctant amusement, she saw a wee, old, blue car flying and bobbing along beside the track. And inside the car, she saw her best friends. You, Harry, and Ron, teasingly waving, slow and sarcastic. Cho spoke softly under her breath.
Aye, that definitely looks like Harry. And he's got company.
Underneath a raised eyebrow, Hermione looked at you all and forced a wave back, before sighing deeply and returning to her book.
Honestly, boys, why can't they just stay out of trouble?
Chapter 6. Starting the new year with a crash. Having followed the Hogwarts Express for a little while, the three of you decided it best to make yourselves scarce before anyone scary found out at school. No one said it, but you were all thinking of a disgruntled McGonagall, or even worse, Snape on a good day. Peeling off to the east, you steered the car to higher altitude again, staying clear of the dense forests below. Soon you reached the Great Lakes and the edge of the Forbidden Forest, which meant you were getting close. The storm had completely vanished now, and the dark skies had given way to the sunshine here and there. Up ahead, glinting in the afternoon light, you saw the train's steam plumes shrink, which meant it must be pulling up to Hogmeade Station. A few moments later, keeping the water on your left and the forest on your right, you emerged from behind a hill down below and saw Hogwarts School for the first time in months. It never failed to stagger you, Hogwarts. Every turret of the castle seemed to rise taller than you'd ever noticed beforehand, striking great spears against the steep glens. What else could you see below? The lake curved alongside the school and rippled in the breeze, shimmering under the sunlight. It looked like a small puddle at the bottom of a bowl beneath the steep glens to each side. Looking north, you saw Hagrid's hut, the whomping willow tree, and the pumpkin patch, all overlooked by the forbidden forest, which seemed so sinister, even in the bright of day. On the other side of the school, the Quidditch pitch looked majestic, calm, and immaculate, stood on its own, belying the violent nature of the sport. Further still beyond the school were the quaint cottages and shops of Hogsmeade, the little village you frequented with your friends. You could actually see the Hogwarts Express now stationed, and the students all disembarking. The whole place felt just like a model from up high. Yes, it was great to be home. And you noted Harry and Ron's faces too. They seemed lost in their thoughts also. So you shared a quiet moment of contentment.
Do you think we should land the car away from the school? We shouldn't draw attention to ourselves if we can help it.
Harry was right. It was certainly your best bet. The Weasleys' car was hot topic, thanks to your stunts through the viaduct, and you needed to gain some discretion.
Harry's right. We should get rid of this. I don't even want to know what Mum and Dad are going to say when they realise the car's missing. I'll cross that bridge, I suppose. Anyway, we could land at Hagrid's. He'll be down greeting the first years just now. But suppose it won't be long before he's back.
You did as suggested, and began to tilt the little blue car into a thrumming dive towards Hagrid's hut, which was perched on a gentle slope, a little way north of the school. But as soon as you were lining the car up with the grassy clearing, the engine started to splutter and misfire, causing the whole thing to jolt wildly, bucking like a bronco. Harry and Ron cried out, exasperated.
What's happening?
This ruddy car is what? Will we ever get any peace?
It was clear to you now that you were never more than a few minutes away from your next arm wrestle with this car. Your forearms were burning as you tried to keep the car steady again, but it was no use. The thing plummeted like a stone as the engine cut out entirely. The eerie whisper of wind crossing across the roof was the only thing you heard as the car gained speed, heading straight for the vegetable patch in front of Hagrid's hut. You were coming in far too fast.
Uh-oh. Hold on to your underpants.
It all happened so fast. The car slammed bumper first into the cabbage patch, which sent a tsunami of soil and sauerkraut-to-be careering into the sky. Most of it landed back down on the windshield as he reached for the wipers to clear it. But the car was old and probably imported, so instead all you succeeded in doing was indicating left, as you then bounced and crashed through the green beans, then across the tatty ridges. These caused Harry to be flung out of his seat in the back, bumping his head on the roof, before, finally, you did your best to steer clear of the hut itself, and instead buried the whole front end of the car inside a giant pumpkin, which brought you to a halt with a big, soggy smoosh. And then all was silent, bar the gentle hissing of steam escaping from a mildly scrunched car bonnet. Ron, Harry, and yourself just lay back in your chairs, panting and sweating with relief.
Oh, everyone all right? I think so. Properly banged my head going over something, though.
You nodded and reached for the door handle. Climbing out, the first thing that hit you was not the fresh scents of pine forest and fresh Hogwarts air, but that of hot earth and pumpkin roasting gently in the car's grill. It was lucky you got out whilst you did, because suddenly the car's engine cranked back into life. All of the passenger doors then sprung open, and Ron and Harry were launched out by the seats tilting outwards. Finally, the car opened its boot lid, spat out all of your luggage across the battered veggie patch, found a gear with a crunch, and lurched off, weaving and spluttering in the direction of the forest. A moment later, the enchanted car had driven itself off into the trees, and all fell quiet once more.
What was that about? Oh, don't worry. That car's got a mind of its own. We've probably upset it. It'll find its way back to the burrow one way or another.
The sound of the birds singing and the gentle sway of the trees was then interrupted by some large footsteps coming from up the hill. You all turned slowly on your heels, wincing in anticipation of what was likely to come next.
Well, look who it is. Alright, you three. What y'all doing here? You not left poor Hermione behind, have you? Hold on a second. Blimey, what's happened to me turnips?
Chapter 7. Catch Up with Hagrid. could hardly look up from your shoes as Hagrid stirred 4 little mugs of tea on the big coffee table. You felt so terrible for causing such damage to his garden. You all did. Gratefully, you received the tea from him as he sat down on his chair with a great big sigh, stoking the sparking log fire simultaneously. In the various corners and shelves of the room, you saw odd-looking plants moving and twisting in their pots, as if breathing or sighing themselves. Though curious, you shivered at their unfamiliarity.
Oh, come on, you lot. It's alright. Most of them were just going to the pegs anyway. I'm just glad you were alright. Must have been quite the crash to cause all that damage.
We really are sorry. We'll come and help you clear it up whenever we can.
Oh, Codswallop, you'll do no such thing. Besides, nothing a little bit of magic won't sort out.
As Hagrid said this, he lifted up his umbrella from beside the fireplace and gave it a little swish this way and that, then eyed towards the window. You upped from your seat and looked out toward the garden, and to your amazement, the entire vegetable patch looked untouched and as healthy as it was possible for veggies to be. Shaking your head and laughing, you sat back down with your tea and just smiled.
You know what? Magic's pretty cool, innit?
How have you been, Hagrid? Any trouble with those pesky mandrakes again?
No trouble with them. But there's something not quite right going on. Here, take a look at this.
Hagrid reached inside his jacket pocket and pulled out a fairly scrunched up copy of the Daily Prophet and tossed it into the middle of the table. On the front wrote the massive bold headline, "Murder in Nocturne Alley," and the moving picture in the middle of the page showed the Minister for Magic being interviewed outside of a ghostly-looking building, with flocks of flashing cameras, press, and authorities jostling for space. Above the Minister, the sign for the building said Borkin and Barks.
That's terrible, Hagrid. Do they know who it was? Or who did it?
You see, that's the strangest thing about it. There was nothing left of the Persad, and no trace of magic either. Happened 3 nights ago. Whatever did this was from some dark magic. Let that be a sure thing to you. There were some vague sightings of someone walking through the rain alone on the night it happened, and some rumours that our own Professor Quirrell ain't been seen since.
You, Ron, and Harry all looked at each other, eyes wide. Ever since what happened last year in the cellars, you'd all been suspicious of Quirrell. Something hadn't been sitting right. You were sure he was involved in the attempted capture of the Philosopher's Stone, despite what he said. But now, he might have been murdered. Was it connected?
Oh, it's probably just a load of scaremongering. He'll have just taken a few extra days' holiday after his exhausting term protecting that flipping stone.
Ron rolled his eyes, not even trying to hide his sarcasm. Cynical you all were at his alleged interests that previous year, but you had no evidence to hold against him.
Either way, let this be a warning to you all. There's some dark stuff brewing, I tell you. I can feel it, so I can. So just, you all be careful, please. And look after that Hermione, will you? Or perhaps I better ask her to look after you three, given the nature of your arrival.
Hagrid raised an eyebrow at each of you in turn whilst sipping his tea. It was clear he wasn't so sure who needed the most careful watch. He looked at the ticking clock on the fire's hearth.
Blimey, is that the time? You'd all best be off up to school now. Dumbledore would have a fit if he knew you were down here. Go on now, best be off with yous. You take care now, do you hear me? I'll see yous up there, for the feast.
You shuffled through the doorway and back out into the open, enjoying the fresh, clean, soot-free air. Hagrid waved you off, and you climbed the hill up towards the school. Chapter 8. A Slytherin Snake. You were late, but only by a minute or two, as you all hurried along the school corridors as fast as you could without actually running. Ron was at the back, panting and quietly wishing you'd slow down. Marching past the grand staircases and into the narrow stone corridors to the east wing, you finally arrived at the base of the steps to the Great Hall. Hurrying up them, you found Hermione waiting impatiently outside the enormous wooden doors, which were slightly ajar. She tapped her foot impatiently, her lips thin and taut.
Good gracious, there you are. Where on earth have you been? And what in the world of mysterious magic possessed you to steal that enchanted car and bring it to Hogwarts?
Oh, keep your hair on. It's not all it seems. We went to rescue Harry in the night, all right. Those Dursleys had him locked in his room, for crying out loud.
Hermione looked between the three of you, waiting for further explanation. as if she wanted more than just Ronald's word.
Well, it's true, Hermione. They did save me. I don't think I'd have been at Hogwarts if it wasn't for them.
Okay, fair enough. I suppose it was a fairly noble thing to do. Anyways, come on, we need to get inside. The feast is about to start. You must be starving, aren't you? With no Hogwarts Express sweet trolley to empty.
You turned to make for the great hall, tummies rumbling distantly. But before you could even lay a hand on the ancient wood grain, a voice called from the steps behind them.
You and your silly little friend.
It was a voice which made your very skin crawl all over. Malfoy.
Going somewhere, Potter? I didn't think you'd make it to Hogwarts this year. I had bets going with Crabbe and Goyle that you'd be scared off by that storm which blew in. Almost unbelievable, wasn't it?
You all looked at each other, heads shaking, before turning to face him. Draco Malfoy, all smug smiles, slicked white blonde hair, and self-righteousness which could practically be scraped from his shoulders. To either side was the stocky and dumb-looking Vincent Crabbe, and the taller and equally gormless Gregory Goyle, his sidekicks, who guffawed and belly-chuckled from behind the security of their leader.
And why wouldn't he have made it to Hogwarts? Scheming something vile as usual, are you, Draco?
Malfoy's attention snapped suddenly from Harry, as if an infuriating fly had disturbed him from a nice dream. He sneered and spat at Hermione.
Who's talking to you, you filthy little mudblood? This school prefers those from pure backgrounds, unlike you dirty lot.
Enough was enough. You stepped right up to Draco, inches from his face, staring unblinkingly right into his eyes. They flicked slightly from left to right under a heavy breath, as if waiting for his cowardice minions to step in, but they didn't. You remained calm, composed, and played the waiting game until he got the message. Malfoy took half a step backwards, and that's all you needed.
Shove off, Malfoy, you slimy git. You and your dad. Why don't you go and torture frogs or whatever you Malfoys do for fun?
Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle stepped backwards into the great hall, spitting foul air but retaliating nevertheless.
You lot better watch your backs. You hear me? If you don't start respecting your superiors, it'll be you next. None of you read the Daily Prophet? That'll be you, Potter. Mark my words.
The three Slytherin snakes slithered through the doorway to the great hall without looking back. You all sighed, exhausted from entertaining such pitiful fools, waited a moment or two, and then headed through into the Great Hall yourselves. Chapter 9. The Great Feast. With a hand you pushed the huge door to the Great Hall open further, and were hit with the most overwhelmingly wonderful sights. Every single Hogwarts school student lined the entire room, all split into their respective houses. There were 4 enormous tables that stretched the full length of the hall, above which the house banners flew. The yellow honey badger of Hufflepuff, the blue raven of Ravenclaw, the green snake of Slytherin, and the one you all called home, the red griffin of Gryffindor House. Floating enchanted and filling the air above the tables were hundreds, if not thousands, of candlesticks which burned warmly. The hall itself was a beautiful mix of ancient stained glass windows whose subjects moved and waved and went about themselves within the frame. Huge stone slabs climbed up the walls and met in great archways above your heads, and Gothic hanging fire baskets draped from the clutches of stone gargoyles and other mystical creatures. These flickered with flames which seemed to emanate the hues from all the different colours of the 4 houses. Soft music tinkled in the background, as up the back there performed an enchanted mini orchestra made up of violins, cellos, and all sorts of interesting and weird-looking brass instruments and drums. Each floated a few feet from the ground, swaying to a gentle rhythm which they played. In front of them, a single conductor's baton waved and bobbed merrily, keeping rhythm on its own. At the rear of the hall, a long table ran widthways, at which all of the Hogwarts teachers were seated. Present were Professor McGonagall, with her stern yet kind face. Some did not adore her, but one thing was for sure. As head of Gryffindor House, she would always have your back when it counted. Then there was Professor Snape, who sat upright and uptight, nose slightly elevated, jet black hair hanging at shoulder length. So far, he'd proven to be strict, impatient, and unforgiving. He was head of Slytherin House, so he naturally had a preference to look after his own. But there was something about him you admired. As much as he was difficult at times, you sensed some real integrity beneath the surface. Then, of course, there was your good friend Professor Rubeus Hagrid, who was literally a giant next to everyone else. He held a regular-sized goblet in his hand, which looked like a child's cup in his enormous grasp. This made you smile. Beside them were also Professor of Divination Sybil Trelawney, Nurse Poppy Pomfrey, Muggle Studies teacher Charity Burbage, the grumpy and sinister caretaker Argus Filch, the Charms Master Professor Phileas Flitwick, and many more familiar faces. But rising from the centre of the table, stepping up to the front, standing high above the students, was none other than Professor Albus Dumbledore, your headmaster of Hogwarts School, and the entire reason you had ended up at Hogwarts in the first place. Dumbledore was such a unique man and a true wizarding genius, full of character, eccentricity, wisdom, and endless charm. His long and colourful robes draped from his arms as he peered over half-moon spectacles at the entire room before him. The general ambience in the room began to tail off a little. You hastily found some spaces on the Gryffindor bench, nodding and waving to your fellow students and friends, many of whom you'd not seen since before the summer. It was so good to finally feel like you were back where you belonged. Professor Dumbledore lifted both of his hands into the air, and the room fell to silence, all but the crackling of the candles.
Before we begin our banquet, I would like to say a few words. And here they are. Nitwit, Blubber, Outwit, and Tweak. Thank you.
He's a bit odd, isn't he? Is Dumbledore.
He's a wonderfully eccentric wizard.
I reckon he's balmy, but totally brilliant at the same time.
You nodded in agreement, looking up at the great man before you, who looked back to the other professors with a giggle. He was totally brilliant.
Without further ado, let the feast begin.
And just like that, the hundreds of empty plates set out across the 4 tables magically filled with a dazzling array of amazing-looking and smelling food. The start of year feast was not something to be missed. You were told that all of the food was prepared by the house elves who worked in the kitchens below. Well, whoever they were, you'd love to meet these exquisitely talented chefs. None of the students waited a moment before tucking into the dishes that surrounded them, not least Ron, whose plate was already 6 stories high. You could hardly count the variety on offer. You could see roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, bacon and steak, joints, steak and kidney pie, boiled and roasted potatoes, and mashed potatoes, and chips, Yorkshire pudding, peas and carrots, of course. Then there was gravy, ketchup, and next to them, peppermint humbugs. You saw desserts, of which there were blocks of assorted ice cream, apple pies, spotted dick, chocolate gâteau, treacle tart, pumpkin tart, chocolate eclairs, jam donuts, trifle, strawberries, jelly, rice pudding. It went on and on. Anyway, enough was enough. All of the excitement of the day had your belly rumbling, and your new term at Hogwarts was only just beginning. Leaning carefully across the table, you delicately tonged a Yorkshire pudding onto your plate. Time to get stuck in.
Give me one good reason why I shouldn't destroy you this instant, little elf.
Master Lucius, Dobby does not know what master means. All Dobby did was apparate to Diagon Alley to fetch his master's messages. That was all.
Silence! All I need to do is utter a few small words, and my wand will do the rest. Now, you have one last chance. Tell me the truth, and I shall let you live. Fail to do so, and our little friend, the Cruciatus Curse, may have a thing or two to say.
But, Master Malfoy, why must you find Harry Potter? Why is it that...
Oh, so you do know of Harry Potter?
Well, yes, Master.
The whole world knows of Harry Potter, sir. He is very famous.
That's enough.
Ow.
You conniving worm. Did you really think that you could hide your little adventures from me? I know you went to the boy's home. Tell me what you said to him, and I shall make your passing less painful.
But why, Master? Why must you harm Harry Potter?
Not that it should concern you in the least, but it is the Dark Lord's desire that he be destroyed. The school is a dangerous place for him. Dumbledore knows too much. I have been assigned the task of making sure Potter is taken to the secret chamber of Hogwarts to meet his inevitable fate. Soon, something great will be awoken, and I have the honor to do it. And now you attempt to stand in my way, filthy elf scum. I should have banished you long ago.
Dobby will have no part in Master's evil plans. Dobby will not allow Harry Potter to come to harm.
Oh, dear Dobby, you're absolutely correct. You certainly will not.
Expelliarmus!
Curse you, rat! How dare you disarm your master's wand? There is no greater dishonor.
Dobby has no master. Bye-bye.
Accio wand. A Vadag. Blast. Blasted elf. Now, Lucius. No matter. Do not allow that silly creature to deter your intent. This is your time. It is the Dark Lord's wish. Your time, your task. Simply lure them in as planned. It will take care of the rest.
Well, after a rather eventful flight to Hogwarts via a close encounter with the Express itself, you had made it just about in one piece. Just about. The Weasleys' car had ended up a little worse for wear. But at least you, Ron, and Harry were home and dry. Hagrid had welcomed you with open arms, but warned of the mysterious goings-on following the murder in Nocturne Alley. They were words you'd have been wise to take on board this year at Hogwarts. The year's opening feast had always been a spectacle, and this one was no different. Hermione had met you all at the hall, but Draco Malfoy's usual disdain and scaremongering were there to greet you also. Surely it was all just rumours and elaboration after the recent events. Little did you know, though, that those events at Borkin and Berks would prove to turn the path of your life in more drastic ways than you could ever have imagined. Chapter 10 Dumbledore's Message. All up and down the great dining tables, empty plates and bowls were getting pushed away into the middle of the table, as everyone practically burst at the seams from the food. Ron, who was sat beside you, groaned with contentment. If he was full, then everyone else must have been stuffed. He ate like a horse coming out of a fast. Hermione had finished her dinner ages ago and simply sipped on a cup of tea whilst staring at Ron in disbelief at his culinary performance. Those were the only words one could describe his eating habits. Harry was next to Hermione, and you could see he was lost in his own world, clearly thankful to be back where he called home after such a miserable summer. You felt the same, and looking up Hogwarts' great hall towards the teachers at the top of the table, you smiled at Hagrid, McGonagall, and Dumbledore, who all caught your gaze, returning smiles of their own, too. You were also home.
Oh, blimey. I couldn't eat another bite. Honestly, I'm practically sweating here.
I'm not surprised. Frankly, I'm shocked there's anything left of your fork from all the work it's been doing.
Alright, I was just hungry. I didn't have any breakfast. Oh, Harry? Are you gonna eat that?
Oh, no. Knock yourself out.
Ron reached across to Harry's plate and picked up a small piece of bread and cheese from the edge. Once more, Hermione shook her head in amazement, unsure whether to laugh or scoff. Down the table, Neville and Seamus were practicing spells and incantations, though clearly in need of some practice. Seamus, in particular, had never been the best at spells. He had his wand in his hand and waved it jarringly at a cup in front of him. You could see, in the distance, Professor Flitwick peering over his spectacles across the room at the boy, rolling his eyes disapprovingly.
Wingard Leviosa. Wingardium Leviosa. These bleeding spells, man. Honest, I can't do them to save yourself. What is it you're trying to do, Seamus?
Harry peered down the table. Too focused, tongue sticking out, concentrating, Neville answered for Seamus.
He wants to get better at levitation. Never been able to hack it. Go on, keep trying.
Seamus, try a more gentle swish and flick, like this. And it's Leviosa, not Leviosa.
Hermione lifted her own wand, electing to levitate the fruit bowl in front of you all.
Wingardium Leviosa.
As if summoned from the textbook itself, the fruit bowl gently soared into the air, spinning softly on its axis as Hermione piloted it in a slow, arcing circle above the heads of your fellow students. She then brought it back down to land in front of Seamus and Neville.
Alright, chance a million. I suppose I'll just be doing that myself then, will I?
The four of you turned back to each other, laughing. For some, the gift of magic was a little trickier to master.
Ungrateful gift. Then again, you are a bit of a show-off, Hermione.
You were all disturbed for a moment then, as high above in the hall, having swooped in through the rafters, Harry's owl, Hedwig, flew downwards toward your table. All of the students watched her soar past them, brown package clutched in her talons. Just above you, she released her grip, and the parcel fell towards you, so you caught it. Everyone looked confused, and you felt so yourself.
Why's Hedwig giving you a parcel? She's Harry's owl.
Well, I suppose you don't have an animal of your own, do you? That's nice of her.
Awfully so. Mind you, it's not like Harry's going to receive much from the Dursleys, is he?
She was right, and didn't mean it in a harsh way. It was just true. The package was smaller than a backpack, but still substantial. It was soft in your hands, like it contained a jumper. It was wrapped in brown paper and tied with string. There was a label tied to that. It simply said, Use it well, with no signature attached.
Use it well. What's that supposed to mean?
I don't know. Well, aren't you going to open it?
You peeled the string from its bow, and the package fell open in your lap. It looked like a small throw initially, but lifting it out, it seemed more like a cloak. It was silken and velvety all at the same time, and dappled with dark colours of all hues. You shrugged, unsure as to what it was, or why you'd been given it. Everyone looked at you and shrugged too.
Why don't you try it on?
You lifted it to wrap it around your shoulders, but before you could, you heard the faint tinkle of a spoon on glass. Professor McGonagall had done the honours. The room's hum fell into rustling silence as your headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, stood before you all.
I trust you all enjoyed the start of year feast. I would like us all to thank the hard-working elves for their excellent and enviable culinary skills. Now, before you all go to your dormitories, there are a few important things I wish to announce. The first Quidditch game of the season is to be held on Friday afternoon of next week. Now, with the wonderful assistance of Madame Hooch, if you would so kindly summon a piece of parchment from the sorting hat.
Dumbledore lifted the sorting hat off its pedestal, suspending it upside down. Madame Hooch stepped up to the hat, her stern, steely eyes scanning the room, long robes flowing around her every move. She withdrew her wand, waving it above the hat, and with a spark and a blue flame, a tiny piece of paper jumped out of the hat and floated down into Professor Dumbledore's fingertips. The room was tense. Quidditch was of great importance at Hogwarts. Everyone got excited about it, including you. There were only a few games each year, and so you had to make them count. The team hadn't been finalised yet, but there was a good chance that you, Ron, and Harry would make Gryffindor's team again. Silence filled the room as Dumbledore unfolded the parchment.
The first team to play this year, Slytherin.
There was a huge cheer from the Slytherin table at the far side of the Great Hall, as Slytherin House fed on the excitement and anticipation. Everyone else just about managed a half-hearted clap. You all looked at each other around the table, uninspired and unimpressed. Rolanda Hooch whirled her wand once more, setting another piece of parchment soaring into the air, this time much higher, taking even longer to fall to Dumbledore's hand. The room fell to silence once more. You looked over your shoulder and saw Draco Malfoy sneering over at you. None of you could be bothered with his ways, and silently wished for any other house to be picked.
The house that shall be playing Slytherin is Gryffindor.
There it was, equal parts dread and nervous excitement. You looked at the others, whose eyes, they told the same story.
Oh, that's great. I've already had enough of them, and we've only been here 5 minutes.
We'll be fine. Just ignore him. There's a full week until we play, and the tryouts will be this weekend. We got this.
The buzz in the room took a while to subside, and Dumbledore tapped his own glass this time.
Thank you. Now that we have established Quidditch affairs, there is one other thing.
When Dumbledore said this, you swore he looked directly towards you. Or was it Hermione? Or perhaps Harry?
After the recent and deeply unfortunate events of Nocturne Alley, it is hereby that the Ministry has ordered that movement out with the school or between Hogsmeade be restricted until further notice.
You had expected a murmur of protest and complaint, though no student did. You sensed genuine angst from everyone. They had expected this.
I must implore you all. Be vigilant. Be wary. And be wise to any potential dangers or dark magic. Sometimes it can be found in the most unlikely of places. Now, enjoy your evening, and welcome back to Hogwarts.
Once more, you were sure he looked directly at you upon parting from his final words. Dumbledore then disappeared off into the door at the back of the hall, followed by the other teachers. You and all of the other students headed for your dormitories. You had a game to focus on. Chapter 11. Grudge Match. The sky was a tumultuous amalgamation of greys and whites, churning and twisting like the coils of an angry serpent. Thunder rumbled ominously in the distance, its deep, bassy growl echoing through the air as if it were a living, breathing entity. Rain pelted the ground relentlessly, turning the lush, green pitch into a muddy quagmire when someone fell from their broom, splattering spectators with its icy fury. It was a day fit for dueling, and so here you were, playing Quidditch. The rain stung your eyes as you strained through the gloom, hovering on your broom, trying as best as you could to keep balance in the gale. As hoped, the tryouts for the Gryffindor team had gone well for you and your friends. This year, it was decided that Ron would take up position of Seeker, having established himself as a surprise talent. He had clearly been practicing his agility and coordination. Either that, or he had put himself under some kind of godly spell. Either way, he'd nailed practice. Harry was as key as ever, with phenomenal awareness, defense, and speed on his Nimbus 2000. He had landed a beater position. You had been Seeker last year, and were more than able to resume the position, was it not for Ron's mildly unbelievable performance. And the team were a chaser short. So, eyes scanning the skies, you ducked and moved into an offensive position near the middle of the pitch. Harry soared through the air on his broom above you, his scarlet and gold robes billowing behind him like the wings of an eagle. The bludgers, free from their confinement, darted and weaved through the air, seeking their next unsuspecting target. The Slytherin chasers, Flint and Zabini, circled warily waiting for the perfect moment to score. And in the distance, Ron, as the Seeker, scanned the skies, his emerald eyes narrowed in concentration, searching for that elusive golden snitch. The thunder grew louder, almost as if it was cheering you on, and with each clap of thunder the rain fell harder, stinging your face and soaking through your clothes. The wind whipped your hair across your face, making it difficult to see. But you persevered, driven by the will to win. Or was it the will for Slytherin to lose? The entire team were aware of the danger lurking outside the bounds of the pitch, of the lightning strikes that could end their game, and even their lives in an instant. Were it not for Dumbledore's enchantment protecting the grounds of the pitch from the lightning, this game would be a suicide mission. Soaring in an arc around the spectator stands, you held up a robed hand, showing your position to your teammates. One of them saw Ginny Weasley, and before she was tackled, she threw the quaffle towards you. You caught it with a thump, carrying it for 100 yards at high speed before returning it to another Gryffindor in the centre of the pitch. But they were tackled, and the quaffle was lost once more. This went on and on, both teams on the same score, locked in a stalemate beneath the terrifying storm. Ron screamed down to us, trying to be heard through the wind and rain.
Keep going. We can do this. Harry, don't have the Malfoy.
Harry, ever the strategist, knew that the best way to draw Malfoy out was to make him think he had the upper hand. He veered sharply to the left, feigning a move as if he were going to dive for the ground, but at the last moment soared upwards, narrowly avoiding a particularly nasty-looking bolt of lightning that streaked across the sky too closely. Malfoy, taken by surprise, lost focus for a moment, and that was all the opening Ron needed. With a burst of speed, he shot towards the tail end of the pitch, straight for one of the Slytherin players, his emerald eyes fixed on the snitch which had swooped down to meet him, but was dancing just out of reach, mere inches above the muddy pitch. You saw your chance to help. You flew towards the same Slytherin player, intending to distract him whilst Ron made his move. You aimed for his shoulder, hoping to knock him off his broom and out of the way. As you closed in, the rain stung your eyes like never before, making it almost impossible to see. But you didn't let that deter you. You knew what you had to do. With a final burst of speed, you collided with the Slytherin player, sending them tumbling from their broom and out of the way, just as Ron zoomed past. The crowd roared its approval, and for a brief moment you savoured the small victory. But then, as you watched Ron capture the snitch with a triumphant roar from the crowd, you noticed something else. One of the bludgers was now hurtling towards you. It seemed to have taken a liking to you. Or perhaps it had been enchanted by Slytherin as a last-ditch effort to turn the tide of the game. Whatever the case, it was coming straight for you, its surface gleaming malevolently in the fitful light of the flickering torches that lined the pitch. Not again, you thought. You had no choice but to react. Turning on your six, you sped off downwards in a dive, trying to shake the bludger in any way you could. But it was still there, and gaining speed too. You zigzagged through the stands, doing everything you could, flying as fast as you could, as the air tugged at your skin. But it was no use. You turned sharply, seeing the other players above staring down. And it was that moment the bludger clattered into your broom, splintering it and breaking it in two. You fell to the ground with a crash, winding yourself in the process, all covered in water and mud. The rogue ball of pain and death then took aim, careering straight down. You rolled out of the way just in time as it slammed into the ground. Again and again it tried to crush you. Off to your right, Hermione sprinted across the pitch, followed by Hagrid. She drew her wand and aimed it at the bludger, casting a quick thinking spell. With a crack, the bludger was destroyed, scattering metal shards in all directions. The crowd erupted into cheers, their fears allayed. You looked around, feeling a surge of adrenaline and triumph coursing through you. The final whistle blew, signalling the end of the match. Gryffindor had won an essential game, thanks in no small part to Hermione's quick thinking and Ron's skill as a seeker. Your teammates swarmed around you, slapping you on the back and shaking your hand.
Are you okay? Sorry I didn't get down sooner. Must have been some Slytherin playing tricks or something.
Blimey, you gave us quite a scare there, so you did. Everything intact? No broken bones? Good. Right. Come on. Get your cell inside or you'll catch a cold. You four come down for a brew at my hut if you like. Safe down there, at least. Never know what dark stuff might be about just now. Just keep your eyes open.
Hagrid's eyes were dark, and they looked around at the store warily. As everyone set off to leave, the sense of triumph was tempered by the lingering unease in the air. The crowd, usually boisterous and rowdy, had fallen silent as you and your teammates flew towards the dressing room, as if something were amiss. Stood in the muddy grass, you stole a wary glance of your own around the stadium, only to see that, in one of the staff stands, there was someone looking down at you, whilst everyone else filtered to the exits. This person remained stood tall, eyes fixed on you. A shiver ran down your spine, and so shaking the rain off your head, you made for the dressing room, still looking back. You didn't know who they were, but their long, golden hair would be hard to forget. Chapter 12. A Timely Charms Class. It was the evening of Halloween, and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry was abuzz with excitement as the students eagerly awaited their spooky celebrations. Though it was a nice, calm, early evening outside, there was a full moon, which shone brightly through the paned windows as you walked along the cold, echoey corridor, your charms class. Having climbed what felt like a million stairs spiraling up into the sky, you found the right door and pushed your way through. Hermione, Ron, and Harry were already inside and beckoned you over. Professor Flitwick's charms classroom was a marvel to behold. Tucked away in the highest tower of Hogwarts Castle. The room was circular, its ceiling adorned with a sparkling constellation of floating stars that twinkled in the ethereal light of a dozen flickering candles. The walls were lined with shelves upon shelves of ancient spellbooks, their leather bindings creaking and groaning as they swayed gently in the soft breeze that wafted through the open windows. The air was thick with the scent of parchment and ink, and the gentle hum of suspense filled the room as students huddled over to their desks. In the centre of the room stood a gigantic enchanted crystal ball. Its surface shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colours, as it showed various charms being performed in real time by students elsewhere in the school. The ball pulsed with energy, its light reflecting off of many sparkling trinkets and ornaments that dotted the room. This created an otherworldly glow that cast an ethereal hue upon the faces of the students. The air was filled with the sound of chatter and laughter as everyone discussed the day's lesson, the ridiculous spell. The ridiculous spell was known to be one of the most powerful and liberating spells in the wizarding world, for it had the ability to turn one's worst fears into comical and harmless scenarios, allowing the caster to face their fears and laugh at them instead. As more students filed into the charms classroom, they noticed that the usual array of charms and potions ingredients had been replaced by a collection of peculiar-looking items. A stuffed toy tiger, a clown's wig, a rubber chicken, and a jar of brightly coloured confetti. The professor's desk was adorned with a sign that read, Professor Flitwick's Personal Collection, Objects of Fear and Laughter. Professor Flitwick, a diminutive wizard with twinkling eyes, black parted hair, round spectacles and a moustache, and a kind smile, welcomed his students very warmly.
Good evening, everyone. Seeing as it's Halloween, and there's no harm in having a little comfort where it counts,
I trust you're all looking forward to learning about the ridiculous spell today. Now, before we begin, I'd like you to all gather around and share your worst fears with the class. Remember, there are no wrong answers here. In fact, the more imaginative, better.
You all hesitantly formed a circle around the professor's desk, shifting from foot to foot. After a moment of silence, Ron shyly stepped forwards and raised his hand.
My worst fear is, spiders. Especially the big, hairy ones, you know?
There were a few shudders and shivers from the group. Harry then asked,
What about you, Professor Flitwick? What are your worst fears?
Professor Flitwick chuckled warmly.
Well, as a sprightly wizard, I must admit that I'm not particularly fond of heights. The thought of falling from a great height gives me the heebie-jeebies.
There were a few sympathetic laughs from the students.
But fear not, for the ridiculous spell will help us turn our worst fears into harmless fun.
With that, Professor Flitwick waved his wand, muttering a few arcane words. A burst of sparkling blue light filled the classroom, and when it faded, a dark void, like a black hole, disappeared as far down as the eye could see. Endless height that rushed and roared. The professor stumbled back a little, trying not to let it faze him. Then he swished his wand, casting the ridiculous spell.
Ridiculous.
Suddenly, the great abyss spiraled and contorted in the air with a whoosh, and turned into a colourful hula hoop which spun on the spot. Everyone smiled and laughed as his fear had changed form.
Now, class, I want you all to imagine your worst fears. They shall appear before you, and then all you need to do is use the ridiculous spell. Ready?
The students nodded eagerly. As each student tried their hand at the ridiculous spell, the classroom was transformed into a hilarious, surreal carnival of fears and counter-fears. One student conjured up a cartoonish clown with an exaggerated red nose and floppy shoes, whilst another summoned a giant inflatable pink bunny which wobbled menacingly across the rooms. There were squeals of laughter as the students watched their own fears morph into absurd and harmless creatures. Professor Flitwick moved amongst the students, offering guidance and praise where needed.
Well done, Hermione. That's superb. Good job. Harry, try a little more swish and flick. Very good. Excellent. Oh, tremendous work, Neville. Your ridiculous spell turned that snarling dog into a cuddly toy. Why, it's almost too adorable to resist. Here, boy.
As the lesson progressed, the students became more confident in their ability to manipulate the ridiculous spell. One girl conjured up a group of mischievous pixies, which proceeded to throw confetti and dance around her worst fear, the thought of public speaking. The class erupted in laughter as the girl who once feared the spotlight now found herself at the centre of a lively, joyous celebration. This class was certainly one you would remember. Chapter 13. Message on the Wall. After the class, you and Harry walked back in the direction of the Gryffindor Commonroom to change before the night's dinner. As it was Halloween, the air was thick with the scent of burning pumpkin candles and the nervous energy of your classmates. As pale moonlight streamed through the dusty, cobweb-strewn window, casting long, eerie shadows across the stone floor, you and Harry rounded a corner and, breaking your conversation, something pulled your gaze. A bead of dread ran down your spine as you both caught sight of an ominous message written on the wall of the girls' bathroom. The secret chamber has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. Then, chillingly, you realized the message was written in blood. Something terrible was happening. As if on cue, Draco Malfoy and Professor Severus Snape appeared around the corner, their faces twisting into expressions of accusation and disdain.
Now, what exactly are you and your friend doing here, Potter?
Professor Snape sneered, his eyes leering suspiciously between you both and the message on the wall. Harry replied, trying to sound calm despite the hammering on your hearts.
We just left our chance class and saw this just before you arrived.
Snape's cold, calculating gaze swept across you, and you could almost feel the weight of his suspicion, his voice dripping with venom.
I see. And I suppose you have nothing to do with this little situation. I don't see that I have any other choice than to report this. It is most unfortunate that you two have been found at the scene of a serious crime.
Malfoy nodded eagerly, glancing at Snape for approval.
Exactly, Professor. We should report this at once. Dumbledore will want to hear all about this.
You exchanged a glance with Harry, both of you sensing that something wasn't quite right. There was an undercurrent of deceit running beneath their words, a hidden agenda that they were desperate to keep hidden. A moment later, Professor Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, and a gaggle of other teachers and students hurried along the corridor, urgency in their steps. They saw the message on the wall, not needing an invitation.
Professors, I have just commandeered these two students, whom were found at the same time this message was discovered.
The secret chamber has been opened. Enemy of the air. Oh, Albus, what does this mean? Should we alert the students?
I am afraid Hogwarts School is no longer safe. Professor McGonagall, might you inform the heads of the houses to instruct every student to make for their house common rooms immediately? And what of these two, Professor? Surely you do not think their presence is mere coincidence? Oh, I am in no doubt about that at all, Severus. I am sure that Harry and his friend were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Now, if you would be so kind as to escort Slytherin House to their common room.
The students and teachers filtered away, many voices of shock and fear rippling through the hallways. As Snape and Malfoy passed, your professor stooped to you and Harry, speaking low.
Make no mistake, Potter. We will be watching you closely.
With that, he disappeared down the hallway, large, long black robes washing in his wake. Malfoy looked back with a glare, leaving you and Harry alone with the ominous feeling that they were hiding something far more sinister than they were letting on. You peered up at the message on the wall one last time. The secret chamber has been opened. You and Harry left for the Gryffindor common room, not looking back.
The boy will come, my lord. They will die.
You okay? You must have been having a nightmare. You were wriggling around and talking in your sleep. It sounded strange though, like you were speaking another language. Anyway, maybe it was those dodgy toffee apples from the Halloween party last night. Right, best get up, eh? We've got potions class soon, and Snape's not exactly a sweet dream himself, is he? Come on, let's get going.
The start of year feast was a famous success, as it always had been, with so many varieties of food and drink on offer. Your bellies were to ache for days to follow. The joy of the occasion had been dampened just a little by a couple of things, though. Firstly, Gryffindor's first Quidditch match of the season was to be against Slytherin, and none of you could be bothered with the usual pre-game slander which would come from Draco Malfoy and his minions. The second thing, as you'd expected, was the mention of the mysterious murder in Nocturne Alley earlier that week. Dumbledore, though, appeared directional to you, or someone near you, when he'd heeded warning to the students. He knew something. You were sure of it. But what was it? The first game of Quidditch had been a battle of mettle and will to succeed. A raging storm upped the danger factor to new heights, and just staying on your broom was a frightening affair. Slytherin fought hard and dirty, but Gryffindor were a match for them. Through the piercing rain and life-threatening lightning, you battled and you battled. Ron won the game for Gryffindor with a tremendous capture of the snitch. But the game didn't end there. Unbelievably, another rogue and enchanted bludger was hell-bent on striking the life out of you, it seemed. Was it not for Hermione's heroics and destroying the flying ball of pain with a spell, you would have been a goner. When leaving the pitch, though, something, or rather someone, caught your eye in the grandstand as they glowered down at you. You didn't recognize them, but their long, white gold hair and dark demeanor would be hard to forget. Weeks later, Halloween arrived, and with it the castle underwent its usual spooky transformation. As a remedy to the students' jitters, Professor Flitwick had arranged a timely charms class in which to fight your demons. The ridiculous spell would come in handy, you were sure of it. Though no sooner had your fears been sprinkled with glitter and balloons than they were realized again. A message on the wall had appeared in the lower corridor outside the bathrooms, written in blood, and read, "The secret chamber has been opened. Enemy of the air, beware." Professor Snape and Draco Malfoy, of all people, had then appeared together in suspicious timing, freely accusing you and Harry for the message. The school's professors were shaken, and you knew something was stirring in the darkness. Only time would tell as to what it meant for you all, though some would find out sooner than others. Chapter 14. An elf appears in the Commonroom.
I'll see you back in the Commonroom. I just need to head along to the library for a few books. There's something I want to research after what happened the other night. I won't be long. You can let the boys know.
Hermione shot off along the corridor, clutching her bag against her chest. She quickly disappeared around the corner, leaving you alone, besides the people in the picture frames, who waved and nodded as you passed, uttering the occasional good day or hello. As you walked in the direction of the Gryffindor Commonroom, you pondered. It wasn't like you to not be able to concentrate in your classes, but you'd hardly absorbed anything in the whole day. Your mind was troubled, and you couldn't stop thinking about the dream you'd had a few nights ago. It felt too real to be a dream. That was the main thing. It was as if you were seeing the world from another perspective, almost as though you were living inside someone else. It began from within the corridors of what you presumed was Hogwarts. You could recognize the corridors from those where the message had been found on the wall. You moved slowly, like something was on the ground, but then out of nowhere you would float up high and seemingly through walls into sheer darkness. You heard water too. Then there were the voices. You had heard two people speaking to each other, like they were discussing something, like a plan. You couldn't remember what the exact words were, but it sounded evil and scheming nevertheless. There was a slimy whisper too, like flowing oil. Another language, but you felt as though you understood what it was saying. Fading echoes of "face me," or was it "come to me," repeated and rang out in your head like ripples across a still lake. All of this shook you inside, and you struggled to make sense of it. Like time had vanished before you unknowingly, you found yourself snapped from your daze as, before you, the common room door stood tall and shut fast. The lady in the picture requested the password, which you uttered before the doorway creaked open on its millennia-old hinges. The cool autumnal air of the castle which clung to your robes was quickly smothered by the toasty radiance from the fireplace, which, as always, crackled and spat healthily in the centre wall of the room. The Gryffindor common room was, without any doubt, what anyone would call the home from home. Even after all this time, it still warmed your cockles like no other place could. Perhaps the Weasley Burrow gave it a run for its money. Nothing could quite beat Mrs. Weasley's hospitality. But the common room was special. Perhaps it was the squishiest sofas you'd ever sunk into. Or maybe it was the stained glass and frosted windows that were just the right height and width to be both cozy, but flood the room with golden seasonal light. Perhaps it was the large woolen throws that reminded you of times opening your Christmas presents on Christmas morning. Maybe it was the sumptuous smell of roasted coffee and hot chocolate lingering in the air. Or the thousands of old fictional books sprawled across countless bookshelves. It could also be the hum of mellow conversation that your friends had in this corner and that, as they snuggled into blankets and clasped warm drinks between their hands. They also frequented board games or regular wizard chess tournaments, and these brought a sense of friendly community within the hardwood and castle brick walls. No matter how you looked at it, the Gryffindor Common Room was one of your favourite places in the world. And Ron was sat over by the fire in an armchair, puzzling over something beneath some floating, enchanted Halloween decorations.
Honestly, how the buggery? Oh, alright. How's things? Yeah, not bad. I just can't figure out this bleeding thing out. You ever seen one? It's a wizard's Rubik's Cube. Absolute bloody nightmare. Seamus gave it to me after I said I'd had a normal one as a kid and got pretty good. But then Fred lost it, and I haven't had a bash since. Anyway, this is flipping impossible. It's like a normal one, but every fourth move, it moves itself. It's like it's trying to tie itself in a bloody knot. Every time you feel like you're getting close, it just has a panic attack in your hand, and you're just back to square one. Stuff this. I'm reading a book.
And so you and Ron settled by the fire as he flipped through a copy of Quidditch Through the Ages by Kenilworthy Wisp. And you thumbed back to front through the latest print of the Daily Prophet. The front page showed a trio of ministry officials stood in the courtroom of the Ministry for Magic, and centre of which was Cornelius Fudge. He moved on the paper, a wagging finger in the air, bellowing something to the room of matchingly dressed officials seated in darkness in the stalls. The title in bold beneath the scene spelled out, "Search for murderer continues. Fudge dismisses claims against ministry. Over the page, the story expanded. Some have expressed doubts in the ministry at their handling of the mysterious murder case, with the core being the lack of answers as to the victim's identity, or the perpetrators for that matter. They vouch that justice and Azkaban prison will be brought upon those deserving, and the ministry's integrity remains strong and intact. You raised an eyebrow of your own before scanning further down the page. You'd never been a great enthusiast of journalism, regardless of how indifferent it claimed to be. And then something alarmed you in the picture below the text. This next photogram showed more ministry officials. This time, wands standing watch over forensic witches and wizards, mostly goblins, as they investigated Borkin and Burks. In the moment this scene was captured, the shadowy figures of those watching shuffled in the foreground. But at the very moment the flash of a camera went off, one of those figures was lit up for a split second, and you recognized their strong features and elegant white gold hair flowing freely across their shoulders as they moved to the edge of shot, leaving the scene. It was the person you saw in the spectator stand, looking down at you. Something prickled on the back of your neck. You showed the paper to Ron and asked if he knew who they were.
Who? Them? Yeah. That looks like Lucius Malfoy, Draco's father. What's he doing lurking about in the shadows? Doesn't surprise me, to be honest. He's just as much a slimy git as Draco is. Probably where he gets it from. One of those families that seeks pure-blood wizard families only, you know. He works at the ministry, just like my dad. But in a different department, thank goodness. They hardly see each other. Can only be a good thing, I reckon.
It seemed a little coincidental to you. And though you were no detective, you didn't like coincidences. But before you could mull on it some more, the common room door burst open, and Hermione came marching in, clutching a solid brick of a book, and thumped it down on the table in a cloud of dust.
Oh, that's all right, Hermione. We were getting pretty sick of the peace and quiet in here anyway. Don't worry.
Oh, Ronald, will you stop moaning for one moment? Besides, I was in the library doing some light reading, and then I came across this. Ever since the message on the wall about the secret chamber, it's been bothering me to no end. All of the professors have been so secretive about what it means. so I went looking myself.
Startling you all in a great flash of light and whoosh of noise. Before you, in the centre of the coffee table, stood a small house elf, hunched over himself, shyly. Despite the noise, no one from the back of the room even looked up to your amazement. Blinking hard, you tried to gather your senses before it clicked. At that moment, it also clicked for Ron.
Flippin' heck, you scared the bejesus out of us. Hang on a sec. Are you the elf that Harry was talking about? Was it, Robbie or something?
The Gryffindor Commonroom. Well, oh, Dobby, sir. Dobby the house elf. Master Weasley, how good to see you. And, Miss Granger, it is truly an honour. Oh, I'm ashamed and embarrassed to say I have not had the privilege of knowing you or your family until this very blessed moment.
Seeing that the elf meant you, turning suggestively, you introduced yourself.
A true honour it is to be in your presence.
Dobby, what are you doing here? You are aware this is Hogwarts, aren't you?
Why, yes, Miss Granger. I've heard all about your tremendous talents as a witch. Your parents are muggles, are they not? How wonderful.
Hermione flushed, embarrassed, but thankfully Ron got back to the point.
Dobby, you can't stay here. You might be seen. Why are you here?
I must speak with Harry Potter, Master Weasley. I have a very important message for him. Please, quickly, you must tell me where he is before...
Footsteps and a shadow from the staircase leading down from the dorms halted Dobby in his tracks, as all of your necks craned to see who might appear.
Get out of here, go! You can't be seen.
No sooner was Hermione finished warning him when the little elf clenched his tiny fists, closed his eyes, and in a whoosh of light and dust apparated out of the Gryffindor Commonroom, gone, just like that. You all glanced at each other, both relieved Dobby was not caught in the grounds, but concerned at his alleged urgency in which he needed to speak with Harry.
Hey, did Harry not say in the car Dobby warned him?
Shh! Someone's coming.
It was Neville who rounded the corner, sleepily, clearly having just woken from a nap. But visually, he could have woken in the middle of the night, given his full pyjamas and slippers. None of you had the heart to question it. Well, so you thought.
For crying out loud, Neville. It's 4:30 in the afternoon. All you're missing is a candlestick and they make a nursery rhyme out of you. All right. I was tired. Herbology took it right out of me. We were potting mandrakes again.
felt like it was going to explode from all their crying. Anyway, glad you're here. I meant to say, Hagrid's been looking for you. Asked me if I'd tell you to meet him down in the Forbidden Forest. Something about wood, or I don't know.
Thanks, Neville. We will.
With that, Neville dragged his whispery slippers across the floor to the stove to make himself a cup of tea.
Right, you two. Meet me later at the bridge, after sunset. I'll try to find Harry before then. I need to tell you something I read in that book.
Chapter 15. Meeting Hagrid at the Forbidden Forest. The light had just vanished behind the glens across the lake from Hogwarts School, casting a blue hue across the entire castle. But still, the edges of its brickwork shone with a burning orange beneath the bloody skies and luminous clouds that hung like sparks from a fire. You'd met Hermione at the top of the bridge, as she'd requested, as did Harry appear. But there was no sign of Ron. You waited 5 minutes before heading down the sloped grassy hill in the direction of Hagrid's hut.
Honestly, this is so typical of Ron, either late or forgets. It's always one of the two.
I'm sure he's just tied up with something. Pretty sure I heard that McGonagall was looking for him so he could practice transfiguration of his rat. The lesson was to turn an object into a chalice of wine, but he kept turning Scabbers into a furry goblet with a tail. Needs the practice, it seems.
Either way, he could have said, right. About that thing I read in the ancient history of the wizarding schools. I was looking for some information on the secret chamber, seen as it was written on the wall, and I found something a bit unsettling. You see, it exists somewhere in the school, but no one knows where. It was said to have been built by Salazar Slytherin, the former of Slytherin House. It was somewhere that only he knew how to access. Him and the heir of Slytherin.
Well, yes, that would make sense given the message on the wall. But the secret chamber has been opened. Why? Why now? And who is the heir of Slytherin?
I don't know, but that's not all. I read on further, and there was mention of something guarding the secret chamber, like some kind of monster, but it didn't say what. Maybe this is what Dobby has been trying to tell you, Harry. It seems pretty urgent.
You all pondered as you walked, quickly navigating the stony gravel path which led to a small rise on the glen side, on which Hagrid's hut was perched. At your quick scan, the pumpkin patch was still perfectly grand after your wild arrival at Hogwarts, and no one would know a thing, were it not for the deep grooves of bouncing tires dug into the ground leading up to the patch. Well, at least the grass was now starting to claim them back again. The sky was darkening more now, into a gloom, and down by the edge of the forbidden forest, you saw Hagrid holding an oil lantern high, peering into the woods, swinging it side to side, searching. You went after him, and he heard your approaching footsteps.
Oh, good. You got my message. That Neville boy tell you it was something about gathering wood, did he?
Well, not that specifically, but something like that.
Well, at least that boy's good at herbology, at least.
Apparently so. Hagrid? Are you looking for something?
Shh, come here. I'm on the lookout for mysterious goings-on. One of the students, first year boy, I think, reported something suspicious lurking in the grounds. Hooded folk. Couldn't get a clean look at him, he said, at least. After all that's still going on with the mystery of this murder, I wanted to warn you again without making it big news. McGonagall's asked me to keep an eye, but keep it hush-hush, you see?
You don't think that someone's broken into Hogwarts, do you? Do you think they were the one who wrote the message on the wall?
Hagrid stroked his great bushy beard on this thought, but his eyes remained unconcluded.
I'm not so sure. If anyone was lurking around the school who shouldn't have been there, Dumbledore would have known all about it by now. By my reckoning, it was someone inside the school that wrote that message. As for if they'd actually opened the secret chamber, I don't flippin' know. All I know is that it's not good news.
We are inclined to agree. We'll watch ourselves, Hagrid. Was that all you wanted to see us about?
Was that all? Of course not. Did Neville not mention firewood?
Yes, but we thought...
Main thing is I could use a couple pair of hands gathering firewood for the big bonfire tomorrow night.
What big bonfire?
Well, I'm proud to say I'd like to behold, as of tomorrow, Hogwarts' first big bonfire bonanza bash thingy. Still coming up with a name. Well, fact is, around the 5th, I usually go down Hogsmeade, where the pubmaster of Honeydukes puts on a wee show each year. You know, fireworks and that, little stalls, post-Halloween tradition of mine. But seeing as none of the students are allowed down there at the moment because of, you know, the goings-on, I put it to Dumbledore to bring it up here. And he liked the idea, so...
Sounds great, Hagrid.
Well, I think so. I'm all excited. Where's that Ron Weasley tonight, anyway? Studying or something? Thought he'd come along to say hello.
We think so. Couldn't find him before.
Oh, well, Never mind. Right, well, seeing as you're here, grab a satchel. Let's get on before we lose the light.
Chapter 16. Hogwarts' first big bonfire bonanza bash thing. Whatever Hagrid had planned for this eve of celebration had clearly come to fruition, and more. You'd not seen all of the students and professors this excited for ages. Perhaps it was the impromptu nature of its arrival. Or maybe just that everyone was happy for a reason to stop thinking about the dark cloud that hung over the school after Nocturne Alley. And then the menacing message on the wall only 4 nights previous. Whatever the reason, Hogwarts was a bustle of energy and spooky celebration. Yes, Halloween was officially over, but many of the students and professors still had costumes and decorations lying around, so they were brought back out for the occasion. As you, Hermione, Harry, and Ron rushed down from your dorms that evening, every corridor was ablaze with tiny, enchanted zaps, crackles, and other firework-esque enchantments. Floating above the tops of the arch windows, pumpkin lanterns trickled candlelight into shadowy corners and out into the early evening twilight. As you passed one window in particular, you managed to catch a glimpse of the viaduct courtyard below, and you saw Professor Sybil Trelawney and Professor McGonagall raising a colourfully decorated archway using their wands and the Leviosa spell. They positioned it directly in front of the main gate. What a sight it was! Constructed from solid wood beams, beautifully bound together with thick twine, thousands of tea-light candles hung from little string baskets, gently illuminating ivies and gourd vines, which bore tiny pumpkin fruits that shone like baubles from a Christmas tree. There was a hand-painted sign across the middle of it, which looked like it had been at the hands of Hagrid, given the rustic handwriting. It stated proudly, Hogwarts Big Bonfire Bonanza Bash. You smiled to yourself as the window passed you by, and you reached the spiral staircase which led down to the courtyard. You supposed then he'd not come up with any more ideas for the name of the event, which was quite fine, really, now you thought about it. You liked the name. Very Hagrid, indeed. As you emerged underneath the faint starlight, you could see everyone's anticipation at the evening ahead. Every student from all 4 houses of Hogwarts was there. Every Gryffindor, every Hufflepuff, and all the Ravenclaws and Slytherins were present, waiting patiently for it to begin. The courtyard was crammed, and for good reason. All around the edge of the yard were little stalls from everyone's favourite shops down in Hogsmeade High Street. Dervish and Bangs were selling wizarding trinkets and wee toy broomsticks. Scrivenshaft's quill shop had a stall of school supplies. The 3 Broomsticks Inn presented vast quantities of butterbeer, mead, and wine, but those were reserved for the professors, of course. Zonko's joke shop displayed its usual beguiling array of magical pranks. And, of course, Honeydukes spread dozens of mouth-watering candies, snacks, and sweet treats across a huge table. Each of these stalls had already accumulated big queues of hungry, thirsty, and excited students and professors alike, keen to indulge in a little shopping therapy and their favourite treats they'd had to wait so patiently for. You even saw Professor Flitwick stumbling along through the crowd with his arms full of Bertie Bott's beans. Well, you assumed it was him. You couldn't actually see who it was, for a wandering tower of beans was all that you could see. But you couldn't think of anyone else who'd match his diminutive stature. Finally, from down the steps emerged Professor Dumbledore, flanked by Hagrid, Professor McGonagall, and Professor Snape. The students parted for them to walk to the front beneath the archway of vines and candlelight. Everyone except Hagrid stepped up onto a platform, and Hagrid still towered high above them from the ground. Albus Dumbledore wasted no time in beginning the celebrations.
Good evening to you all. Before tonight's festivities begin, I would like to extend my most heartfelt thanks and gratitude to Professor Rubius Hagrid for bringing this wonderful idea to life and light in a time of relative darkness in Hogwarts.
Everyone cheered and clapped as Hagrid took a tiny bow, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. You saw Snape shuffle uncomfortably on his feet upon Dumbledore's last words, as did Ron, who leaned across and whispered loudly in your ear.
I'll bet Snape had something to do with it. He looks shiftier than a chocolate frog in the sun.
Ronald, please.
I now invite our dear friend Rubius to step up and delight us all by doing the honors.
Hagrid took a side step up onto the foot-tall ledge, looking like a great standing stone amongst humans.
Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. And thank you all for coming down. I know you've probably all got studying to do or something. Anyway, I digress. I now declare Hogwarts Big Firework Bash Bonfire Bonanza thing open. Pericular.
McGonagall, Snape, and a select few of the senior students each cast spells into the night sky, which erupted with booms, sparkles, and glittery glows. With a round of joyous applause, the night had begun, and the music started to play. Throughout the evening, you and your friends enjoyed a night to remember. Firstly, you joined the throng at the stalls, stocking up on butterbeer, sweets and snacks, before enjoying them with a view of the endless enchanted fireworks that erupted from boats on the lake. Every one of them burst with the light of 100 colourful stars, casting bewitching shadows and reflections across the water below. The glens surrounding Hogwarts looked painted under the ever-present glow. You'd never seen anything like it in your life. The fireworks went on and on, never ending. You could have stayed all night. But the rest of the night called, and so you joined your classmates in an equally impromptu ceilidh dance, which had sprouted in the middle of the courtyard. For hours you laughed and danced your socks off to the sounds of hundreds of drumming feet and the Celtic lilt of the school band's efforts at a jig. Finally, just as you thought your lungs would give out, or you'd throw up after all the treats you'd eaten. You broke away from the chaos in an effort to relocate Harry, Ron, or Hermione. Instead, you noticed colourful robes walk out beneath the archway in the direction of the bridge. Intrigued, you followed. Once down some steps and across the cobbles, you found Professor Dumbledore standing alone, gazing out across the water which glistened under the moonlight. He sensed your presence.
Such a wonderful occasion, filled with joy and merriment. It's a wonder we don't just choose to live in a state of constant celebration. But then, where do we know to savor the moon?
Dumbledore turned to you with a warm smile, beckoning you over to share the view.
You know, ever since you arrived at Hogwarts carrying the Philosopher's Stone, I have felt a shift in the balance of our world. Of course, I mean not to worry you with loose speculation, for I place myself as responsible for these changes. It is true that the darkness now moves where before it did not, and perhaps it was this action that instigated it. Did you ever wonder why you were sent to Hogwarts bearing the stone?
In all your time at the school so far, you'd not given any real thought as to why you were sent all the way from Paris. You just assumed it was because Nicholas Flamel trusted you. The stone needed to be made safe, and you were closest to him. You puzzled. Dumbledore went on.
The reason you were sent is because I asked Nicholas to. He spoke very kindly of you. You were like a child to him. But there was something else I found particularly fascinating about you. And judging by your expression, it is of little knowledge to yourself. I wish not to burden you with my troubles, my friend. But you must stay vigilant in these times. Grindelwald may have tried to take the stone for his own last year, but he grows weaker with age. He needed the stone. But I sense he does not work alone. And there are other dark wizards who he will call upon to empower his legacy. What I mean to say is, you may have a bigger part to play in our world than you may realize.
You heard your name called distantly, but you could hardly pay attention. Dumbledore turned back to gaze out over the water. The calls grew louder, and you turned to see Harry and Hermione emerging from the party.
Oh, there you are. We were wondering where you got to. What are you doing out here all alone?
Alone? You turned back around to face Professor Dumbledore, as if to show the obvious. But he was gone. After all that butterbeer and riding a questionable and turbulent sugar rush, you weren't even positive you'd not imagined the conversation.
Come on, let's get back into the party. Someone said Seamus is about to do his special breakdancing move, and I don't want to miss that for anything.
Still confused, you walked back toward the direction of the music, thinking about Dumbledore's words. They'd unsettled you a little. It felt as though you'd been living in a dream up to this point. What did he mean that you had a bigger part to play? You decided not to think about it too much that night.
By the way, have either of you seen Ron? I've not seen him for hours.
Oh, I'm pretty sure I saw him with that Hufflepuff girl. Maybe they left together?
Oh, I'm sure they did. Honestly, that boy is unbearable sometimes.
So, the three of you returned to the celebration to drink in the remainder of the fun. And for those few, brief, blissful moments, you forgot about any of your troubles. This was, of course, made much easier by Seamus Finnegan's attempt at the worm. Chapter 17. Voices in the halls. Voices in the walls. Later on that night, you were making your way back to your dormitory. The night had been wonderful, filled with dancing, laughter, and amazing food and drink from the Hogsmeade vendors. But you had grown tired and left before it all came to a very late finish. You shook Hagrid's hand, thanking him for such a brilliant night, but he returned a great big bear hug, very merry on wine and sweet mead. A little breathless at first, You then leaned into it, returning his utter kindness. With a slightly too heavy pat on your head, he wished you good night, then turned to continue singing the night away. You felt very much at peace and contented, walking quietly through the cool hallways of the lower floor. The candlelight flickered, and breeze whispered. But apart from that, little else murmured in the halls of Hogwarts. All was quiet. Perhaps a little too quiet. And it was then that you heard something. It sounded like a whisper of its own. But it was not the breeze. It came from somewhere down the corridors. But then it was near the walls, growing louder. Was it then inside your head? Your heartbeat started to race as you followed the sound, growing louder and louder still. The whisper became a hiss, but a hiss full of words you somehow understood, but not in a language you recognise. Palming the stone walls, the sound passed right in front of you. It carried on down the hallway. You followed, keeping pace, walking quickly. And it was then that a cold dread of realization dropped on you like an anvil. Your dream. It was exactly the same sounds as you'd heard in your dream the other night. The whispering noise kept moving and disappeared down the corridor to your right. You were just about to follow, but at the last moment halted in your footsteps, hugging the wall with your back. No longer did you hear the whispering voices in the walls, but voices you did recognize. And they were right around the corner. Fearing being seen, without thinking, you reached for your wand inside your robe pocket. With a palm facing outwards, casting your wand gently diagonally downward in front of you, you uttered, as quietly as you dared, a protective enchantment's incantation.
Salvio Exia.
From the tip of your wand bled a shimmering silver window, which spread to a soft dome all around you. This would help you remain unseen, though it was not impenetrable. Hermione had taught you it a few months ago, helping you hone it, for it was normally reserved for advanced magic students. But you were glad for her help in that moment. Footsteps scuffed the stone slabs as Professor Severus Snape grabbed Draco Malfoy by the collar, holding him up against the wall.
You are a fool, Draco Malfoy. Too many times have I had to cover for you, but now you truly fail yourself.
Get your hands off me. I sure don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie to me, Draco. I know what it is you're trying to do. The person in question is valuable for a number of reasons.
I made a promise. The task is mine. I have to.
Now, I don't see that it is. From what I gather, the Dark Lord's assignment was elsewhere. So, seeing as that may be, the choice is yours, Draco. If you don't do it, then I will.
You fought as hard as you could to control your breathing, but your heart was bursting. Slowly, as quietly as possible, you slid away from the corner until you were far enough away to run. You made for an adjacent corridor, away from the dormitories, but away from Snape and Malfoy. Your heart thundered. What had you just heard? Draco Malfoy was planning something terrible. Was this what Dobby was trying to warn Harry about? Whatever it was, Snape knew and sounded knowing, no, willing to do it instead. You'd had a feeling those two were up to no good. Shelving your racing thoughts for a moment, you figured a long way round to your common room via the herbology wing and ground floor toilets, and a part of the moving staircases. Trying to regain your breath, you walked fast. In moments, your herbology classroom passed, lying in the darkness, aside from the minty moonlight bathing the plants inside. You saw no one, and kept moving. Turning left toward the lower bathrooms, a glint of something caught your eye at the far end. The ground was wet. Moving closer, you could see there was a lot of water flowing along the flagstones. One of the toilets must have flooded again, you thought. The nearer you got, the more uneasy you felt. But then, rounding another corner, an icy fear flooded your face, washing through your whole body. Ron was lying on the ground, sprawled on his back in the water. His eyes were open, and so was his mouth, as if frozen in time, You rushed to him, kneeling down. You felt his wrist and watched his chest. There was movement and a slow heartbeat. Ron was alive. Subconsciously, you noticed the party ending, and only moments later, thankfully, you heard people approaching from up the corridor. You looked up just as Professor McGonagall, Mr. Filch, the caretaker, and a handful of students saw the scene before them. McGonagall rushed to your side, wordlessly.
Well, what's happened here then? It looks like we stumbled across a guilty student in the act of dark magic.
McGonagall studied Ron carefully. She looked at you in the eyes, seeing the tears running down your face as you feared for your friend's life. Her own expression was nothing short of compassionate. She stood up, speaking firmly.
Oh, Argus, don't be so stupid. Poor Mr. Weasley's been petrified.
Petrified, miss?
Petrification is a malign magical state in which a living creature has been rendered immobile and unresponsive, Mr. Filch. Mr. Weasley is very much alive.
She placed her hand on your shoulder, reassuringly. More footsteps came from behind you, as the spectating students parted to one side, and Dumbledore walked through, then followed by Snape. They saw you at Ron's side. Snape peered down, saying nothing.
Oh, Albus, the boy appears to have been petrified. But the real question is, who or what could have done this?
Dumbledore's eyes were shadowy, solemn even, deep in thought. But they gave away little.
This is dark magic of the most advanced kind. Professor McGonagall, would you kindly summon Madame Pomfrey and recruit the aid of Rubius and Neville Longbottom? I believe their combined talents in herbology should aid Mr. Weasley's recovery.
Do you think we should alert the students?
Hogwarts School is no longer safe. The students must prepare to leave.
Ron was one of your best friends, and you so desperately wanted him back. People dispersed all around you in a frenzy of panicky chatter. Some stayed, looking over you both. You were not aware of this much, however. All you could do was stay by his side, soaking in the water that still trickled from the doorway to the girls' bathroom.
One might have thought you'd taken a little extra care coming and going from the school, Draco. You might have been seen.
So what would you have me do, Father? Turn myself into a bat and fly into the Forbidden Forest? It's after midnight. Everyone's asleep.
Don't be careless, my son. Not when we are so close.
I am not being careless. It's you who was spotted, not me. The whole school is on the lookout after you've been skulking around, left, right, and centre. I've done my part.
Not quite. And all part of the plan, my boy. Besides, there needs to be an element of suspense. It makes it much more amusing to watch those silly professors chase their tails. So, did you open it?
Yes, Father.
Good, good. And the student in question?
I will make sure they're there, Father. I just want this all to be over.
Now, patience, Draco. We must be patient. The Dark Lord has commanded that this be done correctly and without mistake. No one suspects anything.
But, Father, Snape does. He knows something. He can sense these things.
Severus? That fool doesn't know where his loyalties lie. He never has, even when he was a Death Eater. No matter. This will all be done sooner than any of them will even realize. Quickly. Efficiently.
Who goes there? Who's that? Show yourself. I swear to Godric Gryffindor, if I find someone who shouldn't be here, I'll feed you to the spiders.
It's that oaf, Hagrid. I need to go now.
Careful, Draco. This must be done. We cannot mess this up.
Yes, Father.
You're very quiet now, ain't you? Bloody cowards. That's it. Right off with you. Leave Hogwarts alone.
There was a dark shadow shrouding Hogwarts School. It had been coming slowly, but very steadily. First there was the murder, then sightings of strange things in the grounds, then the message on the wall, and now Ron had been found petrified outside the girls' bathroom on the ground floor. And then, of course, there were the voices in your head and walls. A voice of another language. But how did you understand it? Dobby the elf, the one Harry had spoken about in the car after you'd broken him out of his room on Privet Drive, had apparated into the Gryffindor Commonroom looking for Harry once more. He wished to warn him of something, but then disappeared before he could tell you why. Hagrid then wished to see you, so when you went down to his hut, he warned you of more suspicious sightings and to take extra care around Hogwarts. But that wasn't all, of course. He needed a few extra hands to gather firewood for his new idea. Hogwarts' big Bonfire Bonanza thing. The following night, a tremendous and magical party was had by all at Hogwarts, full of dancing, singing, fireworks, food and drink from all the vendors from Hogsmeade shops. You'd then caught up with Dumbledore toward the end of the night, and cryptic as he was usually, he'd suggested there was more than met the eye to why you'd been summoned to Hogwarts with the Philosopher's Stone a few years back. Before you could even ask why, he'd disappeared. All fell to blackness later that night, though, when you heard more whispers of this mysterious language. They seemed to be coming from within the walls of the school. Quickly after, these led you to eavesdrop on a suspicious conversation between Draco Malfoy and Professor Snape. One that alluded to a terrible plan about to unfold. Fleeing the scene, your world then came crashing down. That was when you found Ron, unresponsive, petrified on the ground. The school was then declared unsafe. All students would be sent home. Despaired, you didn't know what to do next. But perhaps all of that would be decided for you, as Hogwarts, as you knew it, hung in the balance. Chapter 18. Harry is missing. On the morning after the Bonfire Bonanza, as you and Hermione sat, sunken and dejected, in the squishy sofas of the Commonroom, darkness seemed to creep and hold onto everything. Or perhaps that was your mind channeling itself into a dreary place. The mood was foul, solemn, grim. Ron, one of your best friends, had been petrified by something, but no one knew what or how it had happened. Yes, you were in the dark. All felt hopeless. Even Hermione, the usually upbeat and optimistic one of the group, sat beside you, knees tucked up tight to her chest, biting her fingernails. Occasionally, she'd cast little comforting enchantments from her wand of glittery, fluffy rabbits chasing each other around the room, with little sparkle trails in their wake. Her auburn curls glinted, silhouetted against the light from the fireplace. It was quiet in the common room, as it usually was. But this time, most of the students were in their dorms, he supposed, packing their belongings, readying to leave Hogwarts via the express the following day. How had it come to this?
What are we going to do? I can't believe they're closing the school. More to the point, I can't believe that I don't even have a clue as to what's happening. I've read so many books on Hogwarts ancient lore. Why can't I think? Oh, Ronald, what happened to you? All that comes to mind is that thing that's supposed to be guarding the secret chamber. If it is actually open, maybe it's escaped. I don't know.
She was right. More often than not, Hermione did have at least half an answer to most problems. That was one of her greatest, most irritating qualities. Not that you ever wanted to, but having watched Ron and Harry try 1,000,000 times, it was impossible to argue with her. Someone came in through the door. It was followed by a sharp, short gate, one of clicking heels. That narrowed it down a little. Turning to see, you weren't surprised by who was paired to the footsteps. McGonagall rushed over to the two of you, her face flush with worry, but pale as a ghost in the warm gloom of the comfy common room. The portraits on the walls followed her across the floor.
Oh, thank goodness you're both here. I must speak with you immediately. Come with me at once.
She didn't wait for either of you to respond. She simply turned on her heels and headed straight for the door once more. Taken aback, looking at each other in alarm, you and Hermione hurried after her. She could move quickly on those heels, so could McGonagall. You almost had to jog to keep up with her. Maybe she was hiding some kind of magical levitating roller skates under her long, pleated robe's hem. You shot down the spiralling stairs of Gryffindor Tower, then across the lower floor hallways which passed the Defence Against the Dark Arts classrooms. On a window to your left, far away and a little below, you saw the Quidditch pitch sleeping beneath some grey, looming clouds that looked like they'd rain at any moment. The contrived joys of a game of Quidditch felt a world away at that moment. It made you a little sad, but the sight of the Whomping Willow gave you a metaphorical thump on the brain. Now was not the time for melancholy and feeling sorry for yourself. Soon you wound up some stairs after having passed the courtyard which hosted the previous night's celebration. Again, those wonderful memories flooded your mind involuntarily, and your conversation with Dumbledore. In the sobriety of daytime, his words puzzled you more now. He made the implication that you were special in some way. How? How was that possible? That was the last thing you wished for. You couldn't even bring yourself to tell Hermione, so swallow it you did. You'd never considered yourself special in any way. You were not really a wizard or witch of any kind. You'd learned the magic that you knew. How could you possibly have more influence than you did?
Where are we going? Do you think Ron's awake?
You didn't answer. You simply kept on walking, your long robes swaying in the breeze. You passed a classroom on your right, Snape's potions class. The class was empty of students, but there was Snape, hunched over his desk, eyes blazing. Time seemed to slow for a moment as you rushed across the threshold of his door. He looked up, just in time to meet your gaze. And something happened then. His eyes were full of emotion, like a window into his soul. A message. Was it anger, hatred, or a warning? His gaze lingered on yours, trying to speak. What was he doing? Time then caught up, and Snape was gone as the doorway sped past. The moment vanished. Hurriedly climbing another spiral staircase, you arrived at the doors of McGonagall's office. She opened them, offering you both to step inside. At the large desk were seated a number of your professors, all facing each other around the table. A few turned to greet you, and some stood. One of those was the headmaster, Dumbledore. He held his arms wide in a comforting, welcoming way, but his face remained sinister. Hagrid was stood to the rear of the room, tall and shy. He didn't look happy either. No one said anything. You wanted information. Hermione knew this too.
Good morning, Professors. Was there something you wished to speak to us about?
I'm afraid so, Miss Granger.
McGonagall stepped up to the rear of the table. The room's gaze followed her.
I was rather hoping through some miracle that I would find 3 of you in the common room a few minutes ago. Alas, I did not.
Sorry, Professor. I must be tired. I've not slept a wink. I'm not sure that I follow you.
Professor McGonagall looked down, sad and uncomfortable. Harry. She meant Harry. Of course. Where was he? The last 12 hours had been such a blur you'd hardly even thought of him. You suppose you'd assumed he was packing with the others. McGonagall was withholding something she didn't wish to share. She finally did.
Early this morning, another message was found on the walls of the girls' bathroom, right where Mr. Weasley was found. It said that a sacrifice has been taken. Darkness will rise again.
Hermione and you looked at each other, heads spinning.
I am terribly afraid to say we are forced to conclude the matter. Harry Potter is missing.
Chapter 19. A Forgotten Gift. The meeting had not lasted long. McGonagall and Dumbledore had known that both Hermione and you would be distraught, but had ordered that you leave the Hogwarts professors to work closely with the Ministry of Magic in moving forward with the case. You had to leave. The Ministry's orders, they said. Hundreds of students were filing out of the school, down the hillside towards the boats and carriages, which would take them to the Hogwarts Express at Hogsmeade Station. Hermione said she'd meet you once she'd finished packing. You had got all your few possessions together already. Glancing at your pocket watch, which you kept in the breast of your robe, you decided you had a little time. You wanted to go and see Ron in the hospital wing before you left. So you hurried along the corridor against the flow of students through the entrance halls, then the grand staircase, and finally arriving at the faculty tower. With a gentle knock, you waited for an answer, which didn't come. You eased the door open, peering in. The large and brightly lit room was very empty. Nurse Madame Pomfrey must have been elsewhere. Intricate floor-to-ceiling pane windows lined the rectangular wing, meeting in an arch at the top. A dozen or so white cot beds were spaced evenly along each side beneath the Gothic, church-like ceiling. Halfway along to the left side, you saw Ron on one of the beds. He appeared exactly as you saw him last. Stepping up to him, your heart ached, wishing him well again. Perhaps you'd been standing there by his side for a few minutes, or maybe more. But a voice from close behind you made you startle. But it was familiar and comforting.
I understand you grieve for Mr. Weasley's current state. I wish it not to burden you. He will be all right. He is more at peace than he looks, I promise.
Dumbledore cracked a cheeky smile with kind eyes. You'd heard no footsteps and hadn't noticed him enter the room at all. It was as if he'd simply appeared. As you looked down at Ron's comically shocked expression, frozen in time, most of you tried to not find his crude joke funny, but it felt like an age since you'd last laughed. You allowed yourself a little giggle, feeling a release as you did so. It felt good, but quietly apologized to Ron because you didn't mean to make fun of him.
Yes, your talented friend, Mr. Neville Longbottom, and Hagrid are brewing up a quality batch of Mandrake restorative draught as we speak. I have no doubt it'll cure our good friend Ron here back to health.
It felt good to hear positive words from the headmaster. He always knew what to say and how to say it.
It is a curious and dangerous time in Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley here having been petrified. The concerning messages, and now Mr. Potter's whereabouts. It is not good at all. Dark magic is working tirelessly to smother the light. Sometimes I myself am tempted by hopelessness.
He seemed to wander off into his own thoughts as he said this, speaking to no one in particular. But then he turned to you, whispering intently as he looked you in the eyes.
However, one must always remember there is hope. There is still hope, love, and light, and choices that we make every single day that can make a difference. We can choose to be strong, brave, united. We can choose love over hate. And the answers may present themselves before us in ways that we did not expect.
Dumbledore smiled once more, turning away towards the doorway, his long, elegant robes flowing weightlessly from his arms. But he stopped, turning to you before the doorway. He peered over his half-moon spectacles and stroked his long grey beard.
I also understand that we all wish to be invisible from time to time, to be able to hide from the world. It would be rather useful on occasion, don't you think? Oh, I meant to say, I do hope you enjoyed the gift that Hedwig brought you. Perhaps you'll find it rather comfortable in this dreary weather we've got today. Wouldn't want you to catch a cold.
With a wink, Dumbledore stepped out of the room and was gone. You let his words ring inside your sleepless mind as you looked down at Ron's open eyes. And it was then that it clicked. Chapter 20. The Restricted Section. Hermione was waiting for you in the foyer as a trio of Hufflepuff prefects strolled past, studying the students, making sure that they and you were all headed for the train. Simultaneously, you also saw a wall of dark-robed witches and wizards, complete with tall, extravagant hats, enter the room. The Ministry of Magic officials. And, of course, never one to be away from the centre of it all. Heading them all was the Minister Cornelius Fudge. You called out to Hermione, beckoning her to follow. Warning you with her eyes, she reluctantly did, as you hid in the shadows of a marble pillar.
Where on earth have you been? You heard what McGonagall said. We need to leave now.
With no time to lose, you grabbed her hand leading her back into the school. You repeated what Dumbledore had said to you about the gift as you rushed back up to your dormitory. You threw open your door and reached for your trunk, which still sat on your bed. Unbuckling it, throwing clothes everywhere in the process, you lunged for the loose paper wrapper, which still held within it the garment you'd received from Hedwig at the start of Year Feast. Hermione read the label again.
Use it well. So do you think Dumbledore sent it to you? Well, go on then. Try it on.
You cast it around your shoulders with both hands. The tabby silken material soft on your neck. Hermione's face sprang into shock.
Your body. You're completely invisible. It's an invisibility cloak.
You looked down to see that your entire body was missing. It made your feet stumble, suddenly feeling as though you were floating in thin air.
Wow, I've never seen one of these. Only read about them. They say there's only ever been a few made in the whole world. I can't believe he gave this to you. Do you think he wants you to use it for something?
You thought as much. You and Hermione racked your brains. You had to try and find Harry before something terrible happened. It seemed likely he'd been taken into the secret chamber, which meant finding it. But that also meant finding this thing which supposedly guarded it.
Right, we need more information. And I've been thinking about that supposed monster guarding the chamber. I have an idea, but I want to be sure. I bet what we need to know will be in the library, but not an area accessible to students. We need to go to the restricted section.
She was right. This was the first job for the invisibility cloak. You set off, trusting Professor Dumbledore meant for you to do this. The two of you were huddled tight together beneath the cloak, as you held a soft glowing lantern out front to see where you were going in the dark corridors. Night had fallen, having thought it best to wait until darkness and all the students had left Hogwarts. It was a strange feeling, so alone in the castle. But the Ministry patrolled the corridors now. You had to be careful. Moonlight streamed in through the Gothic glass windows of the corridor leading to the library. Hermione reached out a hand to open one of the doors, which creaked loudly. You winced, carefully closing it behind you. On your tiptoes, You slid past the desks, bureaus, and tall bookcases, catching a glimpse of the bright moon floating over the lake outside. It was so still and beautiful, but rather eerie. Then you reached a locked gate at the back of the library, the restricted section. Pulling out your wand, you unlocked the door with a spell, and it whined in on its hinges. The air changed immediately. It was heavier, more oppressive, colder. It even got darker somehow. It was difficult to see where you were going through the thin veil of the cloak, but lamp in hand, you illuminated each aisle as you passed. You could feel a hum on the air, like every single one of the books you passed was brimming with dark magic, so desperate to be free. That thought gave you a jolting shiver, which Hermione felt.
Then it's not just me who feels it. I'm looking for, let's go down there.
After only a few columns, Hermione suddenly slid out from beneath the cloak and began scanning the spines of books on the fourth row up. A noise echoed distantly from somewhere within the school. It sounded deafening at night. You looked back, holding your breath, until all fell silent again. You finally breathed.
Ah, yes. Here it is.
She slid out a medium-sized book, bound in flaked black and green leather. It was titled Most Macabre Monstrosities. It looked 1,000 years old. It probably was. The covers cracked apart, and she thumbed through the delicate pages, scanning at lightning speed. The musk of aging ink and parchment was rich on the cold night air. Eventually, she stopped, finger fixed on page 724.
This is exactly what I hoped we'd find. Listen to this. Of the many fearsome beasts and monsters that roam our land, there is none more curious and more deadly than a basilisk, known as a king of serpents. This snake, which may reach a giant size and live many hundreds of years, is born from a chicken's egg and hatched beneath a toad. Its methods of killing are more fantastic. Aside from its deadly fangs, the basilisk has a murderous stare. Anyone who becomes fixed with the beam of its eye shall suffer instant death. The only exception is, should one be fortunate not to see the eyes directly, its victim shall enter a petrified state.
A basilisk. It was a basilisk guarding the secret chamber. It must have been the monster which petrified Ron. which means he'd somehow avoided directly looking into its eyes. Of course, the water. He must have seen its reflection.
Only someone who speaks the language of Slytherin can access the secret chamber. Language of Slytherin. That means Parseltongue. Someone who can talk to and understand snakes. And I'll bet anything that has been using the pipes to move around the school.
It was all falling into place before your very eyes. The voices in the halls, the language you could somehow understand. It was the basilisk you were hearing, moving through the school. But you wondered why you could hear it.
The book doesn't say anything about where the secret chamber is. We still need to figure that out.
As Hermione said this, a light bulb switched on in your head. You knew where the entrance must be. Suddenly, a door opened not far away. Someone was in the library. They called out.
Who goes there? I know you're in here.
You smothered the light from your lamp and covered yourselves up again with the cloak. Hermione clutching the book.
Come out. Don't be shy. No one's gonna hurt you.
Before the person even got close to where you'd stood, you and Hermione were gone.
Who's there? Come on, show yourself.
Chapter 21. The Girls' Bathroom. It had been a long hour of searching around every little gap and nook for anything that might indicate an opening, but you couldn't find anything. The entrance to the secret chamber had to be in the girls' bathroom. Surely. Everything was pointing to that. Ron had been found in the corridor outside. There was the leaking water on the ground, the voices of the monster nearby. The whole thing gave you the creeps, but you needed to focus, think, be strong and brave. Hermione was still searching the stalls. The room was impressive. Mostly marble, with a central sink unit that rose elegantly into the air. The floor slabs were thick, white, and polished with time and a million footsteps. Everything was solid. How could there be an entrance anywhere? You paced around the room, slowly, thinking, looking some more. trying to relax your mind. Only the drip, drip, drip of water echoed around the walls. It was so quiet. Even when the school was full of students, this bathroom was hardly used. Well, if all your suspicions turned out to be true, you weren't flippin' surprised. Hermione stepped out of the final stall for what must have been the 5th time.
I can't see anything. We're probably trying too hard now. So, hang on. You think you can hear the basilisk? You can hear Parseltongue.
You'd told her about what you'd heard in the corridors that night. About the voices in your dream. About how you could decipher words from the noise.
That's so strange. I mean, it's a rare gift for anyone, but I wouldn't have thought you would be one of them. What does it mean?
Secretly, you had some dark, murmuring suspicions of your own, but you couldn't face thinking about them now. All you wanted to do was find Harry and to help Ron. Hogwarts depended on it. You paced up to one of the sinks, looking at yourself in the mirror. You imagined Ron seeing this basilisk beast in a reflection, looking into its eyes, though not directly. Ugh, it was a horrible thought. You needed to clear your head. You turned on the cold tap and splashed your face with water, which helped a little. Then you turned the tap off, but something shifted a little in the palm of your hand. The tap moved, but in a strange way. Gripping the shiny facet more firmly, you pulled towards you, and to your surprise, the tap followed as if on a hinge somewhere down below. And that's when it happened. You took a couple of large steps back, and right there in front of you, the whole sink tower began to transform and morph, folding itself this way and that. The basins descended, sliding underneath the tiled floor, and a large, round hole began to appear in the ground. Stone and metal graunched against the other, as the middle of the girls' bathroom changed entirely. Your heart was pounding as you watched everything settle into place. Hermione gripped your arm for security. Finally, with a bang, all fell still. It had made such a noise that the school would soon descend on the bathroom. That was a no doubt. You looked at Hermione, knowing what had to come next.
Well, it looks like you were right. Are you ready?
You shook your head side to side, which made her smile.
Me neither. But we can do this. One's at the ready. For Harry. For Ron.
Yes, for Harry and Ron. With a little nod, you held each other's hand, gripping tightly. But just as you lifted a foot, you heard big, heavy footsteps behind you. What was fright almost instantly resided.
What are you like, hey? Thought I'd not have noticed when you didn't show up for the Hogwarts Express. Didn't think it'd sit right with you leaving poor Ron and Harry behind. I'd been worried sick as well. Well done on finding the entrance. You should know by now, though, we're in this together. I'm coming with you, whether you like it or not.
Neither of you could help but grin. Hagrid really was the greatest friend. His own smile shone like the sun from the oil lamp he held up in one giant hand. Holding your wands, ready for whatever was to come next. With a deep breath, you all stepped into the echoey darkness. Chapter 22. The secret chamber has been opened. It was almost pitch black down in the tunnels besides the light from Hagrid's lamp. It was dark, dingy, wet, and to be honest, it smelled awful. You'd caught Hagrid up with everything you'd learned so far. He just nodded grimly. Every minute or so, a new tunnel broke off in a different direction. There were a few inches of water underfoot, and every step echoed softly through the network beneath the school. You were all nervous, wary, eyes on the back of your head wide and ready to take action. The last thing you wanted to do was to inadvertently stare into the eyes of the basilisk. Hagrid was behind you and Hermione, keeping watch, the light illuminating the underside of his great big beard. Reaching a hand out, you felt the walls, the curved cobblestones slick with an ever-present moisture. Something burned inside you like an internal compass was working overtime, guiding you to where you wished to go. You knew the secret chamber was down here somewhere. You could feel it. whispers of the Parseltongue language passed on the air like a gust of eerie breeze. You were headed in the right direction. You came to a fork in the tunnel. Both routes looked identical.
Which way now? What do you feel?
You closed your eyes, letting your body and mind connect. Feeling, hearing, sensing. After a moment, you opened your eyes, indicating the left tunnel.
Blimey, you kids these days can do all sorts. I can hardly tie my own shoes.
You never know, Hagrid. Maybe you'll need to tie the snake up in a pretty little knot.
Your feet were very wet, and somehow the tunnel got darker and darker. It meandered like a river, hiding every next wave from vision, which made you nervous. You prayed the thing wouldn't be there, waiting for you. It wasn't. There was a light somewhere down the tunnel, which grew brighter with every step. What you did find was the end of the tunnel, and on the bare rock wall which faced you was a large metal door. It was circular and looked like something from a bank vault. As heavy, as thick, and as impenetrable. The door was flanked by a pair of fiery torches which were blinding after being stuck in the gloom. The door itself was rather alarming. 7 winding serpents emerged from one edge of the huge metal slab. Each was bound to a latch at the head, sealing the door. Hagrid tried his fingers around the edge of it, but it didn't move a millimeter. It was shut.
This must be it. The door to the secret chamber.
Either of you happen to know the password or anything? Scariest, tunneliest, maybe? Or give our Harry back, you thieving blasted snake.
If only there was nothing in the book.
You stared at the door, feeling something talking inside you. Maybe it would work. But could you manage to speak a language which had never once crossed your lips? You took a tentative step forward. There was a moment of silence, and then a giant metallic thunk. Then another, then another, as one by one, each of the serpents' heads retracted out of their latches. Finally, As the last one coiled away, the door lazily swung inward on huge metal hinges. What you saw through the door sent a cold sweat running down your neck. The secret chamber was a cavernous room. It presented like a shrine to its creator, Salazar Slytherin. An enormous, deep cave stretched far to the rear of the room. Stalactites clung to the ceiling, dripping, catching the green light of more flaming torches. To either side of a long slab runway, great pools of water glistened beneath a dozen serpent-head statues. They were huge, bewitching, tongues extended, tasting the air, reaching for the three of you who warily walked up the runway, wands poised and at the ready. Slytherin's pièce de résistance was on the wall at the far end of the chamber. An enormous stone head, a portrait of himself, great flowing beard drooping on the tiles, and serpent hair flowing wildly across the wall in all directions. But it was the thing lying on the ground in front of the statue that sent the greatest shockwave of fear through you. Harry.
Now, you pair, do not panic. I see what you see, but it's as likely to be a trap.
But you were already running to Harry's side.
Oi, be careful!
Your feet splashed noisily in the puddles as you slid to his side. He was unconscious, bleeding from his head, but breathing. His face was cold, but you felt his neck for a pulse, which was slow, but at least you found it.
Watch out!
Out of the corner of your eye, a dark cloak loomed from somewhere in the gloom at the back of the cave. They moved silently, feet delicate on the stone paving slabs. You stood and faced them head on. Their long, silvery white hair draping elegantly across his shoulders was familiar now. You'd seen it enough.
What do we have here? 2 prizes for the price of 1? You should be more careful, young one. You clearly have a lot to learn about our wizarding world. Not that you belong here.
Lucius Malfoy. You dirty dog. I should have known all along you'd have something to do with this.
Dear Hagrid, I hope you'll give your precious headmaster my best. He deserves to know that hiring such an oaf like yourself has proven most helpful to meddling with my plan. Though perhaps you'd not make it back, should any of you try anything stupid. This is the end. All the Dark Lord desires is Potter and this here friend of yours. They should not be harmed. Allow me to leave the school with them, unchallenged, of course, and no one else need come to any harm.
Malfoy had the most grotesque mannerisms of someone sickeningly charming, but also cunning, arrogant, and manipulative. It was a nasty combination.
Don't you dare touch them, I swear, you filthy worm.
Oh, fighting talk from the Muggle-born witch. It's dishonor like that the Dark Lord seeks to eradicate from the face of this earth. You shall all bow before him. I'd say that was unlikely, Lucius. With this supposed Dark Lord having weasels like you doing his dirty work, he must be even less of a wizard than you are. You wretched swine. How dare you speak ill of him? That'll be the last words you ever utter. Avada Kedavra,
Expelliarmus!
You ducked out of the way, then leapt to cover Harry, who lay defenseless on the ground. Hermione and Hagrid deflected Malfoy's deadly spells, fending him off as best they could. They leapt into cover of their own, behind the serpent heads, as Malfoy fled back into the shadows. He was outnumbered, and he knew it. It was clear he hadn't counted on this happening. Big mistake. As he crouched over Harry, eyes closed, praying a stray spell or curse hit neither of you, you heard Malfoy hiss something from the darkness. You turned to see his steely grey eyes narrow and glint in the shadows. He looked almost like the snake he truly was. His whispers were like those in your dream. Words similar to those you'd uttered yourself mere minutes ago. Parcel tongue.
Kill them. Kill them all. Now.
The sound came from the stone face of Salazar Slytherin. Its mouth began to open. Your head rang with the serpentine language. It was coming. The cowardly Malfoy began to apparate, but he did not disappear, rather morph into a tornado of black smoke which began to soar around the chamber. A Death Eater's signature. A supporter of Dark Lords. Hermione had told you about them once before. The flying comet of black smoke weaved about the room, lunging at Hermione and then Hagrid one last time. They cast spells in an effort to deter him, which worked. Malfoy fled the chamber, through the door through which you came. He was gone, and he had failed. But your neck snapped back around to the statue. Intertwined with the grunching of stone on stone, a giant, bassy hiss emanated from the open mouth of Slytherin.
Harry, don't look directly at it.
You sensed to look away. Out of the corner of yours, you could see a pair of glowing yellow eyes. The basilisk emerged, slithering out of the statue's open mouth. It was enormous. You could tell that much. Its head alone must have been 10 feet long. Panic set in, and you scrabbled to lift Harry up. And with difficulty, you lurched underneath him, heaving him up onto your shoulders as you began to stumble back towards the open door. You could hear the basilisk coming. Hermione and Hagrid's faces were struck with horror as they cast spell after spell in its direction, doing everything they could. They seemed to have little effect. You stole a half glance back, which was a mistake. Your heart almost stopped. Rising 40 feet into the air, the gigantic snake roared and writhed with fury. You could make out enormous teeth, a horned head, spikes protruding from every inch of its leathery skin. It was less a snake, more the fearsome dragon one could ever wish to not see. It was no use. It was going to pluck both you and Harry from the face of the earth at any moment, like an apple from a tree. As you stumbled forward, you felt hopeless. But then you heard Dumbledore's words inside your mind, like he were standing next to you.
One must always remember. There is always hope.
Then, almost like magic, something amazing happened. Up ahead of you, near the entrance to the secret chamber, 3 figures appeared in a flash of sparks and smoke. They were Professor Snape, Albus Dumbledore, and none other than Dobby the elf. In what felt like a lifetime, but must have been just a split second, each of them swirled their wands in extravagant fashion, summoning every ounce of their wizarding powers and erupted out over your head the most powerful spells you'd ever witnessed. Great lightning bolts, walls of fire, and cannonballs of ballistic energy, all mere inches above your head, just as an enormous serpent-shaped shadow engulfed you. Their faces contorted with effort as they summoned every ounce of their power. You could hear nothing, it seemed, only the sound of blood rushing through your brain. You felt faint, and your vision began to fade. Great flashes of light cast menacing shadows across the faces of Dumbledore, Snape, and Dobby. Time was sluggish, every moment in slow motion. Their teeth gritted. Then everything went black, and all was silent. Chapter 23. Hogwarts is saved. The place in which you woke up was very bright. Your eyes winced against the light. A golden glow lit up the ornate ceiling, and it came from a window beside your bed. The sun was rising, low in the sky. It couldn't have been up for more than 5 minutes. It was beautiful above the lush green glens, shimmering on the great lake far below the castle. You were in the hospital wing, and with a start you instinctively looked toward where Ron had been. He was no longer there. You had so many questions. You sat up in your bed, but a thundering ache in your head stunted any motive as you sank back down against the pillow. It was very quiet. All you could hear was a whispering breeze around the windows and the odd bird singing. You were completely alone. That was until the door creaked open, and standing there, all smiles, were your 3 best friends, Hermione, Ron, and Harry. They rushed over to you, laughing, and hugged you. You didn't know what to think or feel. Your head was flooded with relief, but also happiness, pain, and confusion.
Oh, thank goodness you're awake.
We were starting to worry.
It's good to see you, mate. Oh, don't ask me. I'm still catching up on what the bloody hell just happened.
Then Harry stepped forward and looked you in the eyes.
I can't thank you enough for what you did. Seriously. All of you. It's all a bit fuzzy, but I think I can safely say I'd not be here without any of you.
Your friends reached down and hugged you again. But all was disturbed by a clatter of heavy feet thundering through the door.
Oh, thank heavens you're alive. I've been doing backflips all night, worried sick. I don't think I could have lived with myself, honestly.
Dobby was perched on his shoulder and added very humbly,
Dobby wants to apologise for not being able to warn you all better. It was rather a difficult situation, you must understand. Dobby's master is cruel, but Dobby did his best to save you and Harry Potter. Dobby was not aware of the whole plan, anyways.
What did Dobby mean? More footsteps followed Hagrid's, and a comforting hand rested upon his shoulder.
Now, Hagrid. It's all okay. Everyone is happy and healthy. Thanks to you, Madam Pomfrey, and Gryffindor's own Neville Longbottom, we've managed to nurse everyone back to full health.
Dumbledore's warm smile was all the assurance anyone could ever need, and Hagrid slowly came down from the ceiling, gathering his breath. Through the doorway also came a grinning Professor McGonagall, a shy Neville Longbottom, and the stern, as always, Professor Snape. He looked at you with knowing eyes, and you gave him a little nod of appreciation, but still questions hung on your mind.
Oh, I can't describe how thrilled I am to see you alive and well. And of course, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, and Miss Granger too. It goes without saying that, as our term will hopefully resume, I shall be awarding plenty of additional points to Gryffindor. Oh, and of course, Mr. Longbottom.
You gave her a warm smile and thanked her. She stepped back and, giving him a helpful push, allowed a sheepish Neville to the front.
I didn't really do much. Basically just cooked up a mandrake soup.
Oi, Neville, come on.
Mr. Longbottom, would you please graciously accept your praise? There are not many as gifted as yourself in the intricacies of herbology.
Yeah, mate. If it weren't for you, I'd still be Hogwarts' most handsome mannequin.
Ow.
Following Hermione's glare and jab in the ribs, Snape then took a step forwards, almost resigned. He spoke very quietly.
It would seem as though my initial suspicions following the message on the wall were, in fact, not entirely true. As things have developed, my attention grew toward the Malfoy boy, as he helped coordinate his father's infiltration of the school. Let it be known that, as one of Slytherin's own, he has been disciplined effectively and is to be expelled from the school for the duration of the term. As of this moment, it can be assumed that Lucius Malfoy has gone into hiding. That is all.
Dumbledore nodded at Snape in appreciation. It felt like he had requested Snape's presence, rather than Snape volunteering himself. Sensing that Dumbledore wished to have a moment alone with you, everyone else in the room smiled and slowly shuffled their way out of the hospital wing. Dobby, of course, waved a tiny hand as he left. It was just you and Dumbledore. He sighed and perched on the edge of your bed.
Your eyes really do say 1,000 words. They always have. It would be most irresponsible of me to assume that you didn't, in fact, have a few unanswered questions burdening your conscience. It would be fair for anyone to, should they have just experienced what you have.
He was right. You spoke of Lucius Malfoy seeking both you and Harry, and recalled Dumbledore's own words suggesting you had a greater part to play, and that you were special in some way. What about the message? Enemy of the heir, beware. You told him that you could hear the basilisks speak, that you could also speak Parseltongue.
All excellent and valuable observations, certainly. And, naturally, all lead to equally brilliant questions.
He seemed to pause in thought then, turning to the room, staring into the middle distance. He stroked his beard, looking through his spectacles as if they were a window into his great and far-looking mind. Finally, he turned back to you, a half-smile across his lips. His eyes were sympathetic, a touch reluctant. But after a moment, he spoke very softly. His words seemed to ring endlessly through the room. They would be burned in your mind forever.
Tell me, my child, what do you truly know about your family?